那样子他们应该就可以出来了吧？就是3分钟。好啊。大家早安！消除对妇女一切形式歧视公约第4次国家报告国际审查会议第3场次与政府机关之审查会议第10到第12条将于3分钟之后正式的开始。请各位贵宾，我们可以先尽速就座，并请将你的手机呢转为震动或是静音的模式。感谢大家的配合，谢谢。好的，各位大家早安。第3场次与政府机
Good morning. This is the third session with government delegates covering Article 10 to 12. Some announcements here. When you respond, you have 3 minutes, 30 seconds before your time is up. The bell will ring once, and 15 seconds after your time is up, interpreting will stop. Before you speak, please raise your hand so that the IRC members and the camera know where you are. Identify your affiliation and your name. Please be brief in explaining the fact. Please be specific as well. Instead of reading the content of laws and regulations or repeating what has been written in the reports or parallel reports, please pay attention to your pace for simultaneous interpreting. If you need to read from any documents, please provide a copy to our staff. Please prepare 6 copies in English and 2 copies in Mandarin Chinese and deliver them by the end of today. The latest deadline is 9 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please deliver your copies to the information desk at Sheraton. These are the announcements for your reference. We shall start the conference. Just a moment. Okay, Professor Shin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister Law and everybody. Yeah, good morning. It's the second day. Thank you for coming here to answer our questions. I think today's schedule will have 1.5 hour session on cluster 3, which will cover articles 10 to 12, and then a little break. And then we'll have joint meeting with the NGOs until lunchtime for 45 minutes. And I don't know whether this was delivered, but in the afternoon, we would like to have 1 hour for cluster 4 instead of 1.5 hours. And then a little break, and then another hour instead of originally scheduled 30 minutes, so that it can be evenly distributed. And then we'll have joint meeting at the end of today. So I hope that's acceptable. So the change that I would like to make is in the afternoon, after lunch, from 2 to 3 instead of 2 to 3:30 for cluster 4 for 1 hour. And then break, and then cluster 5 will be also have 1 hour. So extend the time a little bit, yes, because Article 15 and 16 needs more time than 30 minutes. Okay. All right, so we'll go straight to cluster 3, covering articles 10 to 12. Which is on education, employment, and health. And regarding Article 10, we will start with Professor Nicholas Brun. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everybody, ministers and others. So we will start with Article 10 in the CEDAW Convention that focus on education. It's on equal rights to education for women. And here I want to start to commend the State Party for the adoption of the 2022 Gender Equity Act on education, which clearly is a step forward. I also want to commend the State Party or Taiwan for providing substantially more and better statistics in this field than we had in 2018 when I was here also evaluating. I think that is very significant. On the other hand, these statistics also show that there is a strong segregation in the educational field, for instance, in university education, and we see that in fields like for teachers, we have a majority of the teachers are female, but in manufacturing and construction and technical fields, we have a very low participation of women, 15%. So this is a matter of concern, and we don't see really that you have planned measures to deal with it. And the question is, of course, whether temporary special measures could be adopted in the field of education in order to promote the access of women into these fields where they have a very low percentage of representation. So that's something I really want to ask you about, and also hope to think about. The other question is that you report on quite a number of research projects on gender science and technology that were sponsored in 2020. But the question, of course, is that what did you learn from these projects? Where are they finished, and what is the following up, and are they leading to increased equality? So I would like to hear a little bit of the following up of these projects. Finally, I have a question on the sex education in schools, where it seems to be, on one hand we get reports on increased activities and improvements. On the other hand, from the alternative sources, we hear quite critical voices, and I wonder what is the government's opinion on this. Is there something to be done, or is this now problem solved? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. Ms. Feride Aja would like to ask some questions regarding Article 10.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Sorry. I simply want to add a question to what was already inquired about by Professor Brun. I would be happy if you could provide some information on the status, the number, and the nature of any gender and women's studies programs that you have in the universities. Because do you have these programs, and how many graduates are there? Are they degree programs? Are they degree conferring programs? Because I believe that this is very much related to the number and quality of research that needs to be done in many areas in this country. Thank you.
Okay, Ruth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Two additional questions regarding one university academic training, and one at the opposite side of the educational system, the nurseries, kindergartens, and I'll start there. Have you considered adopting programs that would encourage men to take on roles of kindergarten instructors or teachers? And with respect to university, have you considered adopting special mechanisms such as gender equity or gender equality advisors to presidents of universities who would be in charge of specifically gearing towards encouraging more women in their beginning of their academic careers, so as to stop the phenomena which we are witnessing everywhere. It's called the leaking pipeline, where women and men enter the academic career in more or less the same rates, but very quickly the women drop out. And so there's also already growing experience for programs that really work to ameliorate this phenomena. And have you considered adopting such programs?
Thank you. And then Esther, Michelle.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. May I just lend my voice by asking the efforts that you have put in place for women in digital economy and digital technology? Because increasingly we see that the new world order is changing. And I didn't see any data here besides the work that you're doing in the rural areas, at the university, in the different sectors. How well are you skilling women and girls to be able to be an active part of this new digital economy that is changing livelihoods and is likely to erode a lot of jobs, particularly sectors that women are involved? And I would like to have some information on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll add my own little question, which would be in line with what Ms. Feride Aja has already asked regarding Women's Studies program or Women's Studies Institute at the universities. In addition, what she asked, how many programs, how many graduate, etc., or master's, doctorate program, my own concern is I heard information that at some universities there is a danger that Gender Studies Institute is to be closed down. Are you aware of that, or are you doing anything? Because I think that gender studies courses or programs or institute and universities play a critical role in order to fight against the gender stereotyping in Taiwanese society. So rather than closing down, you should expand it and then establish more. So that would be my question. Thank you. And then now the floor is to you, Mr. Minister.
好，谢谢。
Thank you, Professor Shin. And I would like to thank the RC members for your questions on gender equality education. I think there are many issues of your concern. These issues or questions involve the fact that law itself is not sufficient. Implementation always remains to be improved. In academic area, we see the gender-based segregation in universities, indeed. And you also spoke about sex education, which has been criticized by some parties in the society, how we address that and how we apply the research results in some academic programs in university, women study program or gender study program in universities, what's the quality. And some of the programs may not be able to sustain. Yes, they are deeply related to gender equality. This goes back to the fundamental aspect of gender equality. And the foundation is that we need to have good gender sex education first, and education for gender equality in order to promote such related policies in the future. Thank you for your questions. I think some of your questions already point out the areas where we need to make improvement. For example, the gender consultation group in universities to help women in academics, or to encourage men to work in kindergarten or preschools to break the gender-based segregation. All of these are very important.
I think these questions concern a number of ministries, so I just sort these questions a little bit in different categories: sex education, gender segregation, and gender and women's studies programs, encouraging males to become preschool teachers, nursery teachers, and setting up advisory groups on gender equality in universities, participation in digital economy. And I think the Ministry of Education is most related to these questions. So please, I would like to ask the representatives of the MOE to start first, and later the same project from the Ministry of Science and Technology later. Thank you. Good morning. I speak for the MOE, the Department of Special Education. I will ask my colleague to address the question about the encouraging males to become preschool teachers, as well as the mentoring or help for female faculty members. First of all, on the issue of gender segregation. In fact, during the second phase of our higher education Sprout program, in the wake of the last international review of our state report, we have been emphasizing the development of female talent in the STEM area. This will be used as an important performance evaluation indicator for universities. So we would calculate the number of graduates who have studied STEM courses in universities, and including male, female students. Moreover, before the higher education level, the K-12 education is also important. So from junior high to senior high schools, we have female scientist projects that have been ongoing. We would like to encourage more students to enter the field of science and engineering. Moreover, a number of empowerment camps activities have been organized. And I know you are concerned about the controversy about sex education. And we have set up an advisory or consultative group at the National Academy for Educational Research, so that they will provide advice on the content to be taught in sex education in K-12 schools. The composition of these consultative group include experts on gender equality, education, parents' representatives, as well as representatives from government agencies. So we do have a very clear standard SOP to determine the members of these consultative groups in determining the content, teaching materials of sex education. Moreover, the women in rural areas and how we facilitate their acquisition of digital skills. We have set up digital opportunity centers in local government levels. So these centers will provide courses, training on computer skills, digital skills. So women in rural areas, indigenous women, and new immigrants will have access to acquire digital competence. Next, I would like to ask my colleague from the National Education Administration to answer the other questions. Distinguished members of the IRC, good morning. Well, have we encouraged men to work as teachers in preschools and nurseries? And I think the the question is really about a teacher development stage. Basically, we at the National Education Administration focuses on teachers who are already in preschools and nursery or other levels of schools. So we do encourage nurseries and preschools to hire more male teachers or caregivers. So we do have some incentives to encourage male participation in this field. Thank you. Next question on women's participation in digital economy. Maybe it's because we don't have representatives from the Ministry of Digital Development here, so maybe we can ask the MOEA or the National Science Council to respond. Yes, I speak on behalf of the National Science Council. On the question of the results from the gender and science and technology research projects, we commissioned scholars to conduct studies, and we every year would identify the important gender issues in accordance with the Executive Yuan's list of important gender equality issues. And then we would solicit research project proposals. Also, when these projects are completed, we would organize a seminar to publish the findings. We also ask the gender equality commissioners to join these seminars. So through discussion and academic research, we would like to put the research findings in practice. For example, the research on women's health, gender, and health-related studies are also among the topics covered by these research projects. So I speak on behalf of the MOEA on digital economy. In order to help women seize the opportunity offered in digital economy, so we first every year organize training courses, and we also encourage companies to send their female employees to attend these programs. In addition, for emerging industries, we would have startup incubation efforts. And this is, again, part of the effort to help women to engage in entrepreneurial activities. So these are the two types of activities we engage to help women to take part in the digital economy. Okay, so I think some of the questions are not yet addressed by the responses I have heard. For example, the gender research, gender studies, and women's studies, as well as the academic research in practice. I think the IRC members was asking that we should take stock of the women's studies, gender studies programs in Taiwan's higher education. In addition, what's the number of research projects that have been completed, in particular related to gender studies? For example, the graduates from these gender studies programs. Now we only have 4 graduate schools on gender studies, and there's one of them is about to close. So I don't think the MOE has responded to that question. We should provide more statistics. If it's not available right now, we should provide supplementary statistics later. So the implementation of women and gender studies programs in universities and graduate schools, would you like to provide more information? So yes, we will provide more numerical data. I think in terms of the Graduate Institute on Gender Studies, that is too close. Well, according to news reports, basically that's the Graduate Institute in Shixin University. We at the ministry have not received relevant data because usually the closure of a department or graduate institute is within the discretion of the university. And we actually just talked to the university and they told us that they are not going to close that graduate institute. They're just going to engage in some organizational restructuring of that graduate institute. Okay, so that graduate institute at Shixin University is not going to shut down. It's going to have restructuring. I will ask the MOE to pay close attention to the progress. We know that Taiwan suffers from low birth rates, so many departments, colleges and universities, especially private ones, are having difficulties recruiting students. So I think we should definitely provide more support or counseling for these universities and gender studies programs that may be experiencing some difficulties attracting students. We already have only just 4 graduate institutes on gender studies. We cannot afford to lose any one of them. So, of course, this has happened probably because of the overall trends, demographic trends in our country. However, we definitely need to set aside more resources to support those schools and programs. As for the results from the research projects, what are the effectiveness and results? Please also explain. For instance, we have implemented a lot of programs to promote STEAM education for women. So what are the results, outcomes? I would like to hear more specific responses from the ministries. I will pose here.
So we will expect some more information will be provided to us regarding the questions that have not been completely asked. Is there any follow-up questions anybody would like to pose? Yeah. Let me just add one comment regarding closing down of one of the graduate programs in Taiwan. I think, of course, it's up to the university. Universities should have all the freedom in pursuing their academic research or organization. But I think there is great support, financial support given to the universities. So Ministry of Education should be able to gear the university into the direction that you would like to see. For example, gender segregation in terms of measuring disciplines, as well as how to really change or improve the strong gender stereotyping through education, etc. And gender studies is really important in bringing all the necessary changes into the society. So I really hope that whatever needs there is, the university might find out, but still, no close down of gender studies. Rather, you have to encourage that more universities open up so that it can provide all the right directions into the education area in Taiwan society. So with that comment, we will now go to Article 11 on employment, and then Mr. Nicholas Brun will open the questions on this article.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are, of course, a lot of topics related to employment that could be discussed here, but I will focus on three main topics, and I will pose a number of questions in relation to these topics. And the first topic will be the issue of equal pay for work of equal value and a pay gap on your labor market. The second issue which I want to discuss is the work and family balance and issues related to parental leave. And the third issue that I will take up has to do with problems in relation to domestic workers and other vulnerable groups on your labor market. So these are the topics we will focus on. And I start with the gender pay gap issue, and of course here we see the statistics, and we see that actually what you report recently, perhaps due to the COVID-19, is that in your country the pay gap has actually increased during the last years, and it has actually been very persistent, over 15% since during the last 10 years, and due to the fact that the pay raise now in male-dominating sectors have been clearly bigger than in female sectors, it has lately increased. When we try to see what you have been doing against this, it's not very convincing. In the answer to our list of issues and questions, you reported that you pointed to some other countries and compared yourself with them and said that the average pay gap in Taiwan is smaller than that in the United States and South Korea and some other countries, and then you said that this shows that we are committed to narrowing the pay gap and are quite effective. I respectfully want to question this comment. I think we really see not a strong commitment, neither effective measures to decrease the pay gap. So what I really would urge you to do is to come up with some kind of, let's say, 5-year plan for reducing wage differences by using different job evaluation schemes based on qualifications and responsibilities, where the gender aspect is taken into account. And there are, of course, international examples of best practice which could be used here. It's always, I think, better to use best practice than worst practice when you compare. But this is, of course, a comment which perhaps not has to be commented by you. But I really think here is room for improvement. The second issue which I wanted to raise, as I already told you, is that has to do with the work and family combination, and here I really see from the Common Core document that it's really a major problem in Taiwan, that your population is fastly becoming older. You have a very low and shrinking fertility and a shrinking population due to the fact that there is a very low birth rate, which also actually was also commented by the minister a few minutes ago. He referred to this. And in this situation, I think that the CEDAW obligations regarding maternity leave with pay and the requirement to enable the combination of family obligation with working life within the context of childcare facilities becomes crucial. This is the field where you can improve the situation. The third review committee, International Review Committee here in Taipei already requested substantial reform regarding the length of paid maternity leave and a reform of the system for public childcare services and also on the role of fathers in caretaking. Now the government reports on certain reforms for which we, of course, we welcome these measures. But the general impression in this field is that your system is not a well-functioning mix. It's a rather complicated mix of short paid maternity leave, unpaid leave, employer responsibilities, and public support. And I think this is such a fundamental question regarding both equality, but also about a sustainable future for Taiwan, that you really would need to look at this in a more holistic approach and thinking about the option for a large reform. I think that if you are not able to increase the fertility rate, this will also lead to other serious problems in society, and therefore I think to study international examples of how such a model can be designed, and also to fulfill the minimum requirements under the ILO convention from the year 2000, convention number 183, would make it possible to establish a family and child-friendly society. And then I move to the third question which I wanted to address, which has to do with domestic workers and other vulnerable groups. And we have heard from your human rights report information about the problems with domestic workers, and I commend the Institute for this report, which is quite convincing about this problem. 250,000 workers are really in a difficult position. It's unclear for me whether there are some restrictions how long you can be a domestic worker. From alternative sources, I understood that there are some restrictions, but I haven't found it. So I would like to know whether a domestic worker can continue for longer periods. This problem has been on the table for a long time. It was also addressed by our previous review, but we see really no progress. when I was looking at the statistics regarding sex workers in your country, I was wondering to what extent actually domestic workers end up as sex workers in Taiwan. We see that among the sex workers, many of them are from other countries. There are Vietnamese, there are mainland China, there are Philippines, other countries, and we understand that they might have arrived into Taiwan as domestic workers. But that is a question I would like to hear information about, if you have any statistics on this side. But not only the domestic workers are in a very problematic situation, also indigenous workers, and also women with disabilities. We see from the statistics that the wages and the working conditions are quite difficult. So I really urge you to try to deal with these problems, which are not new, which are of course difficult, that we can agree upon, but it's really from a CEDAW perspective, a human rights perspective, these are very crucial issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nicholas. Anybody else wanted to add any question? Yeah, I just would like to echo what Mr. Nicholas Brun has just said, that Taiwan should try to aim high. You know, Korea, Japan, USA are one of worst countries in terms of gender pay gap. And I'm just looking at the statistics of EU countries, and actually Luxembourg has only 0.7% of gender pay gap, which is from 2020 statistics. Actually, Luxembourg was reviewed by the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights that I am currently a member of in just this September, October session. And I even encouraged Luxembourg that you should show exemplary initiative to the whole world, with these very little 0.7%, top globally in terms of gender pay gap. So please don't compare with Korea, Japan, or USA. That's terrible, yeah? So with that remark, I would like to give the floor to Minister Law and your delegation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Xin and Professor Broom's questions, especially to Professor Broom's questions. I want to say that gender pay gap is not as good as we describe in the report. Thank you for being honest and pointing that out to us. And in the Executive Yuan's Gender Equality Report recently, we see the gender pay gap that exists. And based on the current stats, the gap is widening. So we are reviewing our statistical method and whether it is in line with international practices. Maybe the calculation model is different and therefore the numbers appear to be good. Yet in realities, the true gap is not being able to be reflected. So thank you, Professor Broom, for pointing that out and for proposing some recommendations. For example, we need new programs.
So this is definitely something we have to tackle. I think the questions, again, are related to a number of ministries, but I believe the Ministry of Labor will be in charge of answering these questions. I hope the responses will be concrete, specific, addressing exactly the questions raised by the IRC members. Please explain what's the existing approach and practice. You may have provided such information in the report, but there's still some room for more clarification. Also, on domestic workers, vulnerable workers, they have experienced problematic situations for some time. So I would like to ask the Ministry of Labor to provide comprehensive explanations. I think this also touches upon the balance between life and work, or work and the family. For example, the maternity leave, parental leave, child care services. I think recently we have launched some programs and projects in the face of falling birth rate, fertility rate. There may be some short-term results, but it will take some time to see how effective these policies will be. Well, let me give you one example. That is, last year, we launched a policy to provide more subsidies for the treatment of infertility. Before the new policy, every year, only less than 20 people filed application for such subsidies or grants. However, we know that women suffering from infertility may be intimidated by the prohibitively high cost of infertility treatment. As a result, they are not able to fulfill their dream of carrying a child, giving birth to a child. That is why the government has set aside a big budget to help these women suffering from infertility to get treatment. So we have seen the number of applicants to increase from less than 20 to over 10,000. It is expected that by the end of this year, we expect there will be over 10,000 babies born through this treatment of infertility. Another example is there is an increase in the number of childcare facilities and preschools. So I will ask the Ministry of Labor to respond first. As for the balance between work and life, I will ask the MOE and the MOHW to respond as well. I speak on behalf of the Department of Gender Equality in Employment in the Ministry of Labor on equal pay for equal work. Of course, we have been making efforts for years, but as our minister just said, there's still room for improvement. We expect that next year we are going to commission another study to review the problems that have been identified. And the study will cover comparisons with other countries in terms of the statistical method we used. So there will be review of these areas. In practice, when we hire people, basically we do not really set different pay level depending on the gender of the new hire. perhaps for physicians, technicians, nurses, basically there may be some pay differences or pay gaps because of the positions, but it does not differ because the person filling in that position is a man or a woman. But of course, back to the issue of occupational gender-based segregation, I think as our industrial policy is shifting from focus on the industrial sector to the services sector, therefore, we expect to see some changes in the pay gap, gender pay gap in the future. So our commissioned study next year hopefully will provide some answers as well. As for the paid maternity leave, the Legislative Yuan has undergone a number of discussion sessions, and there are now more than 50 proposed amendment drafts at the Legislative Yuan. So we believe that for male part, we are going to increase the paternity leave provisions. For example, there used to be 5 days of paternity leave. We are going to increase it to 7 days according to the ILO 187 convention. We are going to use the public resources to support the additional 2 days of paternity leave because the employer will pay for the 5-day paternity leave. So we have noted that if we want to increase or extend the paternity leave, we don't want to overtax or overburden the employer. That is why public resources will be used to support this new measure. If the employer feels overburdened, this may give rise to new issues in the employer and employee relationship, and there may be some obstacles for people who want to seek jobs. On short-term parental leave with pay, we have seen greater participation among men or fathers in these programs. So we know that there are many parents who are employees and they need to take a leave of absence if they want to take part in the child rearing activities. But there are also some parents who are self-employed or who do not work for a specific employer. Then we still support them with a monthly child care allowance, about 1,000 NT per child. 5,000 NT per month per child. Also, in view of the pandemic, we also provide additional living subsidies for children. So we try to think in the best interest of the children, not just the interest of the employees. So we hope that we will take care of all children and not just employees' parents, but also parents who are not employed. Now, on domestic workers' rights, maybe the Development Administration from the Ministry of Labor can respond to this question. We have 210,000 domestic workers in Taiwan. 99% of them are females. As for whether or not their stay can be extended, basically for domestic workers, they could work in Taiwan for 12 years And then after assessment, this can be extended to 14 years. In fact, in April this year, we have launched a new program, a new policy targeting skilled workers. So for domestic workers that have worked in Taiwan for over 6 years, they can be deemed as mid-skilled workers, and then their salary can increase as they are the so-called the median level skilled workers. They will not be subjected to the restriction of 12 or 14 years in working in Taiwan. And once they have been working as a median level skilled workers for 5 years, they can apply for permanent residence with the National Immigration Agency. As for whether or not some domestic workers have become sex workers, we don't have such statistics. But if some domestic workers have run away from the employer, and then we lose touch with these former domestic workers, we don't know if they may turn into sex workers. So we will ask the National Immigration Agency to provide some preventive measures to prevent domestic workers from becoming sex workers. And we should provide more proactive protection measures for domestic workers. So when the migrant workers come to Taiwan, after a certain period of time, we must perform site visits to check out on them. We also have a helpline 1955. Aside from providing some consultation, if the migrant worker runs into difficulties, they can also call this helpline. Every year, we receive thousands of calls on this helpline, and we would refer to the relevant government agencies. And starting last year, we have added the line that is texting application. And so again, through this particular means, domestic workers, migrant workers can receive these information from the relevant government agencies. So migrant workers will know what rights they have. And also such information will be provided on Facebook, on the internet, through the radio. Starting next year, we're going to provide one-stop services for domestic workers so that within 3 days after their arrival, they will understand what rights they have as a worker here in Taiwan and how they can gradually adjust to the environment here in Taiwan. I think the situation of the domestic workers, of course, faces worse working conditions compared to other migrant workers in terms of the pay or the number of working hours. And I think that is also why every year we would have 60,000 to 70,000 migrant workers that would run away. And among these 60 to 70,000 migrant workers that cannot be traced, most of them are migrant workers or foreign fishermen because their working conditions are relatively worse. I think this is normal because if they face very harsh working conditions, they may run away and try to land another job.
When they choose to work at other places, we cannot rule out maybe they may be engaged in some illegal act or in sexual transactions. We cannot rule out that possibility, but I don't have relevant data at hand, but this observation does sound possible. Okay, as for the programs to improve the conditions for domestic workers, well, there are programs in place. We have to observe whether they are truly effective. And their work, in fact, is related to the long-term care policy in Taiwan. I think later on, Ministry of Health and Welfare can talk about long-term care and child care policy. So MOHW first, and then MOE. This is Social and Family Affairs Administration under MOHW. On the direction to create an environment that is friendly to child care, we note that there is a national policy that the country and the family will rear children who are between 0 to 6. So working with the Executive Yuan, our ministry is using a forward-looking infrastructure plans funding to extend public childcare, and there are 364 public or publicly run childcare organizations able to accommodating 11,688 children. By 2024, this number will reach 555 childcare institutions, accommodating 17,500 children. We hope to continue to expand public childcare. And starting from August 2018, we also started to promote quasi-public childcare. So we signed contracts with qualified childcare providers. And we are able to accommodate around 70,000 children in home-based care, because we sign contract as well with home care providers. That in recent years, in order to lift the burden of childcare on the parents, depending on the financial means of the family, there are local adaptations. We hope that the family expenditure on childcare is at most 10 to 15 percent of a family income, and we provide 8,500 to 12,500 NT dollars to the families, and we even provide more subsidies if the family has the second or the third child. And for children who are under 12, the rates of out of the home childcare increased from 10.56% to 20.18% from 2017 to 2022. So this shows some improvement in childcare policy. MOE, this is the Department of Preschool Education from MOE on childcare provision and on balancing work and life. Well, starting from 2018, the Executive Yuan had approved a plan to address low fertility. So 10 ministries and agencies collaborated on this plan, from childcare, better work environments, medical services, education services are all included in this overall plan. And the National Education Administration focus on the planning for 0 to 2 years old and 0 to 6 years old and 2 to 6 years old. So we want to provide better childcare. We want to lift the financial burden on the parents. We refer to the practices of OECD countries because they inject more public fund in kindergarten or preschool services. And our plan from 2018 to, from 2017, actually from 2014 to 2024, we have a plan. We want to support 3,000 classes that are organized in public care, but we're able to reach that goal already this year, so ahead of our schedule. So what we aim at is to provide affordable childcare. By 2022, there are about 1,859 nursery organizations, which can accommodate 470,000 children throughout Taiwan. I think these respond to the president's initiative to care for the children between 0 to 6 along with the families. As for subsidy, it started with 2,500 NT, now it's 5,000. With more subsidies, we hope to provide more support to the parents. In the beginning, families which are more financially robust are excluded, but that rule will be canceled tomorrow in order to benefit all the parents. Thank you. I think the delegates talk about a lot of numbers and policies. In brief, you are talking about how to address low fertility and how through these programs we enable women to find a better balance between work and family because they tend to bear more responsibilities in giving birth, in taking care of the children. Yes, for the 0 to 6 years old, the government policy is to support the children with the families, and there has been an increase of funding and staffing. Some programs have shown effect. Some others remain to be seen. Okay, so we heard various responses from the ministries and agencies in creating a better environment for childcare. It seems that the society has recognized these efforts. We will continue our work. Okay, I think the IRC members also mentioned the right to work for indigenous women or women with disabilities. MOL, you didn't respond to that. Do you want to respond it to you now? Sorry, MOL. Okay, MOL. In our reports, we wrote that the labor market participation rate is lower among indigenous people. We use regular report to watch for the trend comparing indigenous women and the national average number. As for people with disabilities, in our 2019-2016 surveys, by the comparison, we see that the wages are on the rise, but it's 10,000 less compared to national average. So we want to work with the Council for Indigenous Peoples to help them work in various possibilities. They don't always have to take the seasonal jobs in remote areas. They can go into other industries as well. Otherwise, their salaries will always be lower. So we use these routine surveys to understand how their work conditions are. and try to provide more possibilities. Thank you.
Enough time, so we have to move on to Article 12. But just before dealing with Article 12, I think the issue of balancing work and family in Taiwan, it should be also the issue of men, not only of women. So when it becomes men's issue also, I think that's what we can truly see the changes. Now, let's move to Article 12, which I will address three issues. One is regarding Women's Health Action Plan. It's commendable that Taiwanese government took up the recommendation of the third review that there should be action plan, and which you established. I appreciate that. And we asked that whether it is from the perspective of women's lifespan, and there was no real answer to that. And then, so I think what CEDAW committee recommended in its general recommendation 24 was that it should be looked at from the birth until the death of a woman's life. So the need from a health perspective would be different. So from early on, when a girl is born, there should be more attention on whether there would be any dangers of sexual molestation, for example, or if a girl was born with a disability, then enough attention should be given, and then move to adolescence, and then reproductive age, and then later years, there is more attention needs to be given to the role of women. I know that the employment rate for middle-aged women in Taiwan is really going down because of the need for her unpaid care for the family members, etc. And then in the later years of her life, a woman becomes a user of long-term care, while a woman also is the principal caregiver without pay. So there is a different life stage, and then action plan needs to be taken care of all these different stages. Of course, women in her certain age, after 40, should be regularly checked with mammogram, pap smear, etc. So all these different needs, depending on what age a woman reaches, should be taken care of. That's what lifespan perspective. So that's what I asked, and then there was no real clear answer to that. And also no answer was given how Taiwan is dealing with this issue of longer period of poor health at the end of women's lives. It's almost 9 years in not good health, so should be taken care of. And then another question that was raised in our list of issues is whether you have consultations with women's organizations and participation of women's organizations in not only in formulation of health plan, but also implementation, as well as monitoring and evaluation. And there was no information provided on that. So I would ask you how you are dealing with that kind of two issues, health action plan from a lifespan perspective, as well as engagement of women's organization in implementation, as well as assessment, etc. Second issue that I would like to raise is healthcare for women with disabilities. We received lots of submissions from NGOs regarding the inadequate hospitals and clinical or medical response dealing with the health needs of women with disabilities. There is no facilities or equipment to fit their health needs. So really, it is not properly dealing with. And then your answers says that there were incentives offered to hospitals which installed accessible passages, toilets, electric lift bids, etc. So what kind of incentive? Is it really big financial subsidies, or, and then with those incentives, what kind of improvement or effect did it bring? And ultimately, how many hospitals and primary clinics have installed these equipments and reasonable accommodation for women with disabilities? And how is the situation in rural areas and remote areas where indigenous women might have this need? Is the reproductive health needs also taken care of in this situation for women with disabilities? And then my third and final question is regarding the sexual and reproductive health rights. I notice that there are still tens of thousands of abortions going on, and the percentage of teenage sex is slightly increasing, and then there is not 100% use of contraceptive methods for these teenagers. And of course, many things, these unnecessary abortions can be avoided if, absolute family planning is exercised. So my question is, what is your sex education offered at schools targeted at teenagers, not only for girls, but it should be targeted also equally to boys, so that they can be responsible in their sexual behavior. And I know that there is controversy regarding the content of sex education, and sometimes in many countries, there are not properly trained teachers who would give the appropriate sex education, which is evidence-based, scientifically accurate, or what we say, according to the evolving knowledge, or age of the age-appropriate sex education, which we all needs to be more trained on. So what is the situation regarding that, and how do you get the social consensus and agreement among different groups so that you can really provide the necessary education to those adolescents in schools, but also sometimes out of schools, as well as to the general public? Adults needs to be able to avoid unwanted pregnancy or unintended pregnancy. Although I know that you are trying to raise the fertility rate, but still people would be able to have the choices, especially women, should be able to plan their reproductive rights. So that would be my question. Now, Flo, it's to you.
Thank you, Chair Xing's questions. You provide very specific questions, so I will not repeat them. I will ask the Ministry of Health and Welfare to talk about the Women's Health Action Plan on sex education in schools and outside of schools. How can we teach science-based sex education? So first of all, I will ask the Ministry of Health and Welfare to respond. So I speak on behalf of the National Health Administration from the Ministry of Health and Welfare. First, thank you for your support and affirmation of our Women's Health Action Plan. Starting 2016, we began to formulate this plan. Our government, before any policy is launched, there are 3 pillars. First, there must be sufficient scientific evidence. So we reference CEDAW's recommendations and a lot of research literature. Secondly, we also draw lessons from other countries' experience. That's why starting in 2016, we organized a number of meetings with experts who come from home or abroad. These experts are experts on gender equality or women's health. The third pillar is engagement with stakeholders. That is why starting 2017, we began to discuss with relevant women's groups, along with representatives from relevant agencies. So starting in 2020, we have incorporated these Women's Health Action Plan indicators into the performance evaluation of different ministries and agencies. So this plan is based on the health process. So you will see disease and care, reproductive health, etc. So we do take into account the lifespan approach. As our minister just mentioned, in terms of reproductive health, we have made many efforts. Aside from the treatment for infertility, we also provide more subsidies for the pregnancy checkups and pregnancy subsidies. So we also pay a lot of attention to the care for women with cancer. As for disabled women's access to health care, every 5 years, my ministry would conduct a survey of the living conditions and needs of disabled people. And the next report will be released next year. As for the incentive programs, financial incentives have been made available to hospitals, clinics, including those in rural areas. They can receive such financial subsidies to provide accessible facilities for disabled women. As for contraception and sex education for teenagers, right now, basically our data includes the 13 to 15-year cohort and 15 to 17 cohort. It seems that the contraception rate has increased in the cohort of 15 to 17-year-old, but the sample size for the 13 to 15-year-old is very small. So we are still looking for ways to overcome the difficulties. As for abortions, basically, these abortions are registered voluntarily. So we use our national health insurance system to check the number of people who use contraception drugs. So this number has dropped from 60,000 per year to less than 55,000. So we will continue to monitor this data. As for the teenagers' need to get abortions, we will continue to provide more health education and the right education about the corrective way to engage in contraception. And we also provide a health care clinic for teenagers so that pregnant teenagers can seek help at these clinics. Sex education in schools for high school students and below. Every year, we conduct a questionnaire survey of their sex behavior and their health behavior. So we will understand how much knowledge students have about sex issues and health issues. And then the findings will be incorporated into the design of sex education and outreach activities. There are also efforts to promote the prevention of AIDS and how students can learn to protect themselves. For example, students know that they have the right to say no to have sex. So these are part of the training activities we engage in. The Ministry of Health and Welfare, please provide more information on the subsidies for disabled women in the National Women's Health Action Plan. I think Chair's question asked about, aside from financial subsidies, are there other incentives programs? What are the results and outcomes? Please elaborate on these. And if necessary, please provide additional written information for the committee later. So, yes, in response to the question, accessible healthcare facilities. First of all, we have incentive programs, including financial incentives, so that clinics and hospitals can improve their facilities. For instance, during the pandemic, we asked these hospitals to set up accessible isolation wards for confirmed cases. We have subsidized 78 hospitals. As for clinics, we also help them to build accessible passage, accessible bathroom, so that the hardware facilities can be improved in the healthcare institutions. In 2020, we have subsidized 620 clinics. And in year 2021, we subsidized 1,386 clinics to improve their accessible facilities. In the year 2023, we are going to have 400 million NT dollars as the subsidy to improve facilities in hospitals and clinics. Moreover, aside from the hardware facilities, in terms of services, we also provide guidance as to how to communicate with disabled patients so that disabled patients can communicate more effectively as they receive care. There are also other guidances on alternative cares. For example, we also organize competitions among hospitals and clinics so that they can engage in benchmark learning in terms of building accessible environment. Now, we work with local health departments in 22 cities and counties. They all have mobile clinics so that we can extend the reach of our healthcare to local communities to reach out to disabled women. So aside from improving the hardware facilities, we also make sure that the services are more accessible to disabled groups. Well, I think the chair's question basically commends the launch of the women's health action plan, but there is a need to communicate with other women's organizations.
Of course, when implementing programs, we have to learn by doing. So I would like to ask MOHW to continue communicating with experts and scholars, especially groups which share the same interests. For example, women's groups, groups of people of disabilities, or groups of indigenous communities, because they will be the best indicators to evaluate whether these programs are truly effective. Without the feedback from the users of the programs, such programs will not be able to revise in time. So MOHW, when you implement such plans, you need to review the plans constantly and review them dynamically. This is MOE. There was a question on sex education and whether such education was age appropriate. In devising and reviewing the curriculum guidelines in ROC Taiwan, we do have considered what content is age appropriate. That's my first point. Second, sex education is provide young people to have the knowledge, skills, and the values to respect each other, to develop proper relations with others, understand their own welfare and others' welfare. Thank you.
We appreciate all the efforts, especially regarding the health needs of women with disabilities. There has been lots of improvement regarding the information, regarding the provision of the necessary equipment and facilities. But still, I think there is a gap because the women with disabilities say that their needs are not met. So there must be some gaps. And then, as Minister Law said, there would be really, improvement in the future, I would expect. I think we can extend maybe up to 10 minutes because I have one more question. And yes, so after I ask and then, no, why don't you go ahead? And then, yeah, and then I will add my own.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So mine is just a comment because the issue was already raised yesterday at the beginning of the dialogue. And I would like to draw your attention to the issue of abortion. And I'm well aware of the two different laws that govern the abortion regime in Taiwan, the Penal Code and the genetic law, which allows for wide exemptions from the prohibition on abortion, which apparently, in fact, means that there is wide access to legal abortion in Taiwan, which is really good. However, the position of CEDAW is that abortion should be decriminalized. And this is something that you should bear in mind, and we would probably urge you to reconsider the criminalization provision in the Penal Code. Thank you.
I'm glad you mentioned it, Ruth Kadari, because, and I'm happy to see the change of the law from Genetic Health Act to Reproductive Health Act, which is proper. But still, in order to reinforce what Ruth has said, if you still maintain this penalization of abortion, other than those reasons allowed in the what you are going to change into Reproductive Health Act, you see, for this, you can probably look what happened in Korea, in South Korea, because when the society turns a little bit conservative, then there is a use of this penalization. So, for example, so-called pro-life group will activate this punishment for the abortion thing. And then Korean women had to go to other countries to get abortion. And then some years ago, there was a constitutional court because the lawsuit was, petition was filed to our constitutional court, which said that it's unconstitutional. So the government has to come up with the alternative legal framework, which still they didn't come up with because it's so it's a limbo situation. And then it is no longer punished, but you can see this negative impact if you maintain this penalization of abortion. So women should not be punished by performing abortion. So that's just an additional comment. And then my final question is regarding COVID-19 vaccination side effect, which was raised yesterday. And I said that I will raise it under Article 12. And then the answers I received yesterday is that you have mechanism. So anybody who suffered from side effect of vaccination can claim, and then the mechanism will deal with it. The experience of many countries is, well, you bring the case, and then the panel or whoever committee decides that, well, there is no causal effect. You know, it's not from vaccination. And then many people would not get the positive decisions of the panel. So I would like to know what is the situation? How many applications or appeals did you receive? And then how many were proven to be the result of negative effect of vaccination, and then did they get compensation? You know, there is a gap in many countries. So that would be my additional question. And I realize that we don't have much time, so maybe within 2 minutes, just otherwise you can also give us written information. Thank you.
好，卫务部有代表先。
Okay. MOHW, any initial response? If you cannot do it, you can provide submissions later. Professor Shin asked about COVID-19 vaccines side effects. And the CDC has a channel to help people who feel they are victimized by the vaccinations and remedies. As for the numbers, please allow me to submit written information later. Thank you. In Taiwan, there is a mechanism of remedies for the victims. Based on what I understand, this process requires deliberation. There are some cases, and some cases are approved to receive remedies. But as for the actual numbers, maybe MOHW, you can provide more detailed information afterwards. So yes, there is such a mechanism of remedies for the victims suffering COVID-19 vaccine and side effects. And there is an expert deliberation committee. And many of the COVID-19 vaccines are EUA vaccinations. So how to verify that the side effects are from the COVID-19 and are damaging people's health, it really requires a decision made by the experts. So the process is quite stringent or even slow. So in Taiwan, stakeholders and parliament and as well want to speed up the mechanism. I said yesterday that MOHW changed the mechanism a little bit in order to speed up the review, but more details will be submitted afterwards.
Thank you. It's 10:40, and I propose that we have only 10 minutes break so that we can shorten the gap. So our time with NGOs will start at 10:50. yeah, instead of 10:45. And then we will give 45 minutes as scheduled already, originally. And I proposed to the government delegation that you can remain in the room. Yesterday, I was afraid that some NGOs would not feel free if there is government delegation, but they don't mind. But instead, I suggest that government delegation move to the back of the room, and then NGOs would come forward so that we can closely talk with them. So with this information, we'll have 10 minutes break. Thank you very much.
好，谢谢。那我们中场休息。
Thank you all. We'll have a 10 minutes break. In the afternoon, the schedules will change a bit. From 2 to 3 p.m., that will be session 4. From 3 to 3:15, that's a break time. And 3:15 to 5:15, that will be the 5th session. Please be aware of that. We need to rearrange the venue. Please take your belongings with you.
好，那麻烦我们场内的各单位呢，我们先赶快尽速先把你的东西先收拾好，请带在身上。我们在场内要进行换场的动作，请大家稍微加速一下，感谢大家的配合，谢谢。 好的，我们下一个场次呢会进行的是和非政府组织的会议第3场次。那我们会议即将要在1分钟之后开始，请大家我们可以尽速就座，谢谢。
Welcome back, representative from the civil society and NGOs. I think we'll follow the same procedure as yesterday. So regarding Articles 10, 11, and 12, we'll ask your feedback. But before that, I would like to ask. Regarding the 3 articles now?
我可能我 NGO 的不听，因为我晚上还有一场。对，我们那个你要去要哦，看你还听
OK，
不然 NGO 我来听。
OK。
对呀，这个我对呀，就我做几回去。
Yeah, but so I would ask Mr. Nicholas Brun whether he has any specific questions regarding Article 10 and 11 that after he got responses from the government, whether he wants to check anything with you. Otherwise, if you have any feedback or reflections or other information you can also provide. But I'll ask Nicholas. Yes.
Madam, thank you, Madam Chair. No, I would be. It would be helpful, of course, if you could provide some further information on the issues we raised, for instance, about domestic workers and whether they end up as sex workers, whether some of the NGOs have been working in these fields. That would be very, very helpful. But otherwise, you can feel free to comment on whatever question we raised this morning.
So are there any NGOs that would like to provide any information regarding Article 10 on education? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we have to finish before lunchtime. So very briefly, right to the point, very precise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 1 minute each. Thank you.
好，麻烦要举手要告知您的单位。
Please identify yourself. I speak for the Alliance for Disabled People. The MOE said that they do not have the number of disabled college students, including those disabled students in K-12 schools who may drop out of school. They don't keep count of the dropout disabled students in different levels of schools, and we do not know why they drop out. As for the gender studies graduate school, Shixin University already shut down a graduate institute on social development based on the grant that they needed to adjust or reorganize their school. Therefore, I think we have to be mindful that we don't want the the gender studies to be shut down because of that reason.
好。
International Children and Youth Rights Promotion Group. I am pregnant for 6 months now, so I'm concerned about the rights of women and children. The Ministry of Health and Welfare has announced that the pregnant women's mortality rate during the past 2 years has made a record high in 20 years. So in the year 2018, basically, we had fewer pregnant women dying, but now it's higher. So I think it is important that we make sure that mothers don't die because of giving birth, rather than giving priority to assisted reproduction.
You and you.
Good morning. Again, on the gender studies graduate school, basically the university says that they will not recruit any more students for that graduate school. They are going to merge that graduate school with another graduate institute. In other words, they will not have independent budget, and they will not have control on their research projects. So the university wants to save money. However, they get a lot of grants from the Ministry of Education. They should not shut down the graduate school. Good morning. I speak for Taiwan Mothers Shields Alliance. I think on sex education, on gender equality education, Taiwan has done a very good job. It's part of our national education curriculum, and the MOE's Gender Equality Committee has been very dutiful in carrying out their tasks. But I think regrettably, in the gender equality education, too much emphasis is placed on rights and equality, whereas love and respect is not duly highlighted. Because I think when it comes to division of housework, it's because my husband and I love each other. We are committed to this marriage. It's not because we want to be equal so that we have to divide the work 50-50. Good morning. I speak for the National Parents Association on sex education. The commissioner said that it's important that the content must be appropriate for different ages. I think for younger students, we should not focus too much on so-called gender identity, autonomy in sex education. So I would recommend that the Ministry of Health Welfare to stop allowing underage minors to use puberty blockers. And the government has allowed to change gender without surgery. And I think this can be very problematic, causing a lot of harm to children and youth.
Next, yes, in the back.
This is Covenant Watch. I want to bring your attention to higher education for students with disabilities. Currently, 100 university students, well, among them, there's only one student with disabilities. This number is better than the number in Korea, but in the United States, among 100 students, 20 of them are students with disabilities. If we look at high school students and college students, for high school students with disabilities, only very few of them advance to college compared to non-disabled students, especially serious for female students with disabilities. So only 60% of high school students who are female who advance to college. This is probably because of the lack of accessibility or there isn't enough assistance for students to advance their studies.
Many other people raised hand afterwards, after the initial 6. So are you all concerned about Article 10? Yeah? So who are still concerned about Article 10, education? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. We have time until 12:35. Yeah, so... No, 12:35. Yeah, we have enough time. 12:35, so we have enough time. But we would like to save some time for some additional questions regarding other articles or forward-looking articles. So we have not dealt with, you know. So we have to be very concerned about time. But I would like to give more floor for additional speakers. So from that side, yes, and then it'll go one, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and then very precise, right to the point, starting from the back.
好，台湾障碍女性平权连线发
This is the Alliance for Women of Disabilities. Yes, for female students with disabilities who want to go to college. Many of them have to leave their hometown, and therefore, for those who have serious disabilities, they need extra assistance. Many students are worried if they need to go study and their family members have to sacrifice their own lives. They have to accompany the student to school, and therefore some students choose not to advance their studies. So I want to bring your attention to this on whether or not the government has an interagency program for this issue. I'm concerned about teenage girls in placement organizations or in correctional facilities. I'm concerned about their right to education because there's a K-12 national education curriculum. Teenage girls all have right to national education. However, in placement organizations, some of the children do not have relations with their family members, or the families do not have good financial means. So there are cases when female children in such organizations cannot be educated because of lack of family resources.
I'm from Foundation，我是妇女薪资基金会征召员。
The gender study program, which is going to stop recruiting, the Shixin University said that the program is not making a profit, though, so they're going to stop recruiting. There are only 4 gender study graduate programs. We're concerned that if the MOE does not deal with this, there will be less and less resources for gender research in academia. The Social Development Institute in, again, Shixin University stopped recruiting because the school used the same reason. The program didn't make a profit. The MOE didn't do anything about it. If we care about resources for gender equality education, then we believe that MOE needs to take more active action.
台湾伴侣权益推动联盟第一。
This is the Taiwan Alliance to promote civil partnerships. In schools, the binary of gender policy is dominating. Dormitory, toilet, dressing rooms are separated based on genders, male and female. It's highly segregated. We think that transgender students in schools have to use the space that doesn't fit their gender identity. And gender registration change was asked. The Executive Yuan is studying through a research discussing the possibility to change the sex registration without the surgery. Administrative court already thinks that surgery is unconstitutional. We think that any surgeries as a prerequisite to change the sex gender damaging women's privacy and right to health.
We're already 1, 2, 3. Yes. Yeah, you first. Okay. Yeah.
委员好。
Hello. We are a alliance that care about women and young people when it comes to advancing to higher education for students with disabilities. In fact, there are educational programs that cater to students with disabilities, but it depends on the quota each college allows. I think the CRPD IRC members says that this will violate the anti-discrimination principle. It seems that there are more quota for students with disabilities in the colleges. However, they use categories of disabilities to give a quota. For autism category or for category of multiple disabilities, the quota are very limited in colleges, and many of these students don't have schools to go to. I think this is about their right to education. After students go to college, they see that the building constructor sometimes prevents them from entering into the buildings when they tell the students that we need a lift or elevators, and the schools will say that, okay, because of the constraints in the Building Act, we cannot add an elevator. So the professors or the teachers are asked to move the classroom. So other students and other teachers need to accommodate the needs of the student with disabilities and therefore sometimes target them for discrimination.
The back first, and then you.
So it's Ling Wei speaking from Taiwan Non-Binary Career Slots for the first time. So I have 2 points to add. So one is that there are so little educations about gender diversity in our education. So we have a forum in this May, and we asked about the city government how much gender diversity education is given, and they say yes, we do have gender equality education, which is an overall concept, not including the much gender diversity. So many teenagers, they don't even know about their identity stuff and trans and non-binary concepts. So they only know they are depressed. The social safety network is not complete. And there are nearly 80% of the overall harassment or bullying rate in middle or high school level. And almost 1/3 of them are from the teachers. And 20% of these trans and non-binary people, they are facing physical violence from other classmates or the teachers. This is a very severe issue to be focused on.
Thank you. Thank you.
大家好，我是台湾性别平等教育。
Hi, I'm from the Gender Equality Association. I also want to talk about implementation of gender equality education in textbooks. Some content may be criticized, and we see LGBTIQ content or positive sex education is removed from the class because they are sensitive, and junior high school students or textbook do not have this content because teachers dare not teach that, because if they teach conservative parents or the school will give them pressure. So according to the Tongzi Hotline survey, 35% of the LGBTI students have been harassed because of their gender orientation, sexual orientation. Hello. I'm from a AIDS and Advocacy Association. I want to talk about the Gender Study Institute in Shixing. I think there is a research showing that the gender registration change is full of flaws. The process is non-public, non-transparent. It's not impartial, and the research is without public participation, no women's voices, and confusing DSD and transgender. I think this is taking away the rights of biological women. And I think the school support event, which allows transgender athletes, also damages women's rights.
Close here, yeah, so that we can have some time allocated on other articles. Thank you, and I'm sorry that I could not accommodate more NGOs on this issue. But let's move to Article 11 on employment. And how many NGOs, how many of you want to talk? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 7? 7, okay. So from that side, here and then there, okay? Starting from, there was someone there. No? Yes.
Regarding women's employment, I want to talk about childcare subsidies for women. For women who do not have a job, this is unfair. That means that for women who choose to stay home, their subsidies is less than the subsidies that can be get for previously working women. So we want to encourage women to go to work. Yet, for women who stay home, to work on all the house chores. It's unfair. So we hope that this can be improved.
For women's rights. Okay. Yeah.
好，
And
请
then
再
yeah.
提醒大家一下，请记得要
Again, just to remind you that please tell us your affiliation.
这边要说的是有关于障碍女性的劳动参与率，它其实只有
The labor participation rates of women with disabilities is only 11%, and the salary for people with disabilities is about half of national average. But for the women with disabilities, their salary is 68% of men with disabilities. So we hope that the labor participation rate and the wage gap for women with disabilities can be one of your concerns in this review. Also, I want to talk about vocational training for people with disabilities. Usually, it's a very stereotype, and the vocational training doesn't help them improve their skills. In the training, there isn't a sufficient reasonable accommodation or accessibility.
The Association for the Development of Effective Education speaking, we hope there will be an increase in the male applying for parental leave. In fact, we heard the government say that there has been a 125% in the male applicants for such leave. However, I think if we look at the overall, both male and male, the increase is only 7 to 8%. So in order to help women balance work and family, we hope the government can take actions to increase the particular rate so that more companies are willing to provide substantive help.
Countries, there is exclusively male, exclusive parental leave for men only, so that the rate of use is increased. You know, there can be many policies that government can apply, but of course, you know, we'll take that into account. Yes. And I think originally there were 4. I'll give you the floor later. Yeah, but 1, 2, 3. Yes, you go.
我是妇女。
So I speak for a Women's Awakening Foundation. Why is the women's labor participation rate is only 15% for the past couple of years? For the 20-year-olds, the female participation rate is 90%, 30-something is also 80% participation rate. However, after women get married and raise children, the responsibility to take care of family have driven women out of the workforce. Children between 0 to 2-year-old, there's very little public childcare facilities and resources for them. Last year, we had only 150,000 newborn babies. We have 20 million population. I feel sorry for these 150,000 new babies because they are going to need to support so many older people. Now, for the 0 to 2-year-olds, less than 10,000 of them would have access to public childcare facilities. Most of them will be taken care of by mothers or grandmothers or relatives. Therefore, only 17% of the babies will be taken care of out of home by public childcare facilities. 83% of the babies will have to be taken care of by relatives. If the grandmother cannot help, the mother will have to drop out of the workforce. So this is a very serious problem. In the previous session, the government says that, well, we have so many resources to take care of 3 to 6 year old children. They dare not touch upon the 0 to 2 year old childcare resources. And most of such resources are concentrated in Taipei City and New Taipei City. For the other 20 cities and counties, if you don't have a grandma to help, the mothers will have to drop out of the workplace. So to us, this is a very serious problem. And I think maybe it has to do with the tradition. We believe that children should be best taken care of by their mothers. That is why the government is not very active in providing childcare facilities for 0 to 2 year olds. And there's such a big gap between the rural and urban areas. Next, on domestic migrant workers, on migrant domestic workers. Well, I don't think other NGOs are going to speak on that, so I will provide some additional information. If domestic workers turning into a sex worker, it's usually because they are undocumented migrant workers. Well, we have another law, that is the Human Trafficking Prevention Act, which can deal with the labor exploitation of migrant workers or sexual exploitation. In other words, if migrant workers have been forced to engage in sex trade, then the Human Trafficking Prevention Act can deal with that situation. We can ask the government about relevant data and resources. Why are there so many undocumented migrant workers? I think this has to do with our highly regulated migrant worker policy. And the government is not taking care of the high agency fee problem. In fact, starting 2003, civil groups working with migrant workers already called on the government to enact a law on domestic workers, or they should apply the Labor Standards Act. However, for 20 years, the government is not taking any action or discuss this issue. In May this year, Chair Professor Shi Xing, you were also part of the IRC. And in the concluding observations, one of the recommendations is Taiwan government must pass the International Convention on protecting the rights of all migrant workers and the rights of their family members. However, we don't see any discussion by the government in this regard, especially in the response from the Ministry of Labor. So I hope in this review, the IRC members can emphasize again the need to pass and adopt that convention, because we have over 200,000 female domestic workers in Taiwan. They are suffering so much. It's a disgrace to Taiwan. I hope you can help us to prod Taiwan government to address the situation. Good morning. Well, I represent a women rescue association on the act for gender equality in employment, even though the employer can have the right to investigate workplace sexual harassment. However, in bigger workplaces, for example, in the legislative yuan, if there are cases of sexual harassment, for example, the assistants or volunteers experience sexual harassment, he or she can only rely on the legislator to start an investigation. But sometimes the legislator is unwilling to initiate such a investigation. So even though the legislative yuan has a helpline for sexual harassment, but it only provides consultation. It has no right to provide intervention. So I hope for big workplaces like the legislative yuan, there should be better protection mechanisms for people suffering sexual harassment. Secondly, it is the labor ministry's responsibility to help the victims of sexual harassment in the workplace. However, only the employer is given some responsibility to follow certain legal procedures to provide compensation or subsidies to help the victims. The Ministry of Labor said it was going to amend the law, but I don't see any action taken. In addition, on the amendment of the Gender Equality in Employment Act or in the Human Trafficking Prevention Act, there has been some talk about amending these laws. However, again, the government has not taken any action. So the Association for the Care of Children and Women on women's rights in the divorce cases. Well, for divorced women, when they go to the police station, sometimes they want to register a case and the police would decline to record their cases. Or when the divorce case or when the woman goes to the court to apply for protection order, because the judges or the personnel in the court are not competent, are not aware of the CEDAW provisions, they would say, oh, it's because you have embarrassed your husband. That's why you have been domestically, you have experienced domestic violence. Secondly, social workers can do very little because social workers would work on shifts. So it's difficult for them to provide continuous counseling. Secondly, for women, they very often face economic difficulty. As a result, they will have difficulty fighting for the custody of their children. The same goes for their right to visit their children. So I hope the government will provide more resources and support to divorced women to support them economically as well as their right to visit their children or to fight for the custody of their children. In addition, if for any reason divorced women is not able to exercise their parental right, then the children will suffer the most. So we should help these resource poor women, divorced women, to be independent and to be able to carry out their parental duties after the divorce. In addition, few people want to get divorced. So I hope the government can provide more counseling and help to divorced women. Because I think the divorce rate is rising in Taiwan. However, the assistance and counseling provided for women, divorced women, are very limited. For new immigrants, in fact, we have many new immigrants moving into Taiwan because a lot of Taiwanese women do not want to marry or have children. So now we have many new immigrants and children, and the children of the new immigrants have been over a lot. There are a lot of children born out of new immigrants. Again, the educational resources for these children should increase. If they happen to be children with disabilities, then additional assistance should be provided for children with disabilities born by new immigrants or children born by new immigrants.
It's related to many articles like Article 16 or divorced women, etc. Yeah, thank you.
委员好，国际儿少人权促进。
So I speak on behalf of the International Alliance for Human Rights. I think the government's interpretation of the workforce actually has made light of the value of child care because the policy only focuses on increasing the number of child care facilities. Well, and then these working parents can get more subsidies and allowances. In other words, the government encouraged parents to work rather than staying home to take care of children. Then the parents, the grandparents, should really count as workforce because they stay home to take care of children. And I think the way to provide subsidies should be more flexible. And I think the subsidies should be determined based on the household income. And the parents can then decide whether or not they want to continue working or they want to take the parental leave and stay home to take care of children. So this is how the subsidies should be given.
台湾全国妈妈互加互尔联盟发言，我想针对第10。
This is Taiwan Mothers Shared Alliance. In Taiwan's childcare policy, it doesn't regard parents who want to take care of their children. We think it's a better option, and actually, so it seems that the policy encourages families to send their children to be taken care of. But for those who choose to stay home and care for the children, we're worried that we won't be able to return to the labor market very successfully. So we suggest that the government will provide parents with flexible hours if we choose to stay home to work, so that if we want to choose to go back to the labor market, it will be easier.
More NGOs want to speak? Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 3 more on Article 11. Yes.
台北市双胞。
This is Taipei Twins Association. I'm the founder of this association. When it comes to work, we talk about maternity rights or OB/GYN examination leave. And we don't see the focus on twins or mothers of twins. They, in fact, face higher risks. For families which have 2 to 3 children, we hope that there will be something like long-term care. There should be transportation support, respite services, support services to teach mothers how to care for 2 or 3 children. There should be assistive aid, because the mom may need to take 3 children out at the same time. The other thing I want to talk about is the recruitment of migrant workers. For many years, we think, okay, if you have 2 children, 2 babies home, you have 16 points. However, you need to have 17 points. You need to have an extra elder person or extra child in order to hire a domestic worker. But we hope that the MOL can reconsider how families with more children can hire domestic migrant workers. And I also want to talk about there should be more subsidies for childcare, especially for a family of twins.
There were 2 more from this side. Yes.
现代妇女基金会。
Awakening Foundation here on labor markets. well, if there is sexual harassment in the workplace, it reduces their willingness to work. But if the perpetrator of the sexual harassment is the person responsible for the workplace or the company, it's very difficult for the victim to submit administrative complaints because the perpetrator is the person in charge of everything. And he or she may also be the one who needs to set up a committee, an investigation committee for this sexual harassment case. There has been proposal to ask the MOL to amend the law. The legislators have proposed some amendments, but there hasn't been any progress. Thank you.
May I? On this, okay, yeah.
I'm from Awakening Foundation. I want to talk about the balance between work and family. In this regard, the government is performing very, very poorly. NGOs are proposing family care leaves because in the Act for gender equality in workplace, there are 7 days family care leaves, but they're unpaid. Because they're unpaid, very few employees want to take the leaves. And the family care leaves stipulates that you can ask for the leave if you want to take care of the children. But now, people are getting older, and we need a long-term care, and many working families need long-term care leaves. We want such leaves to be paid, but the government doesn't want to talk about this. If the government doesn't want to give these leaves to employees who need to provide family care to children or the elder people, how is it possible for them to reach a balance between work and family? These issues are included in government's plans, but it seems that it's just lip service. At the legislative yuan, when such proposals are being discussed, there is lobbying from the corporate world. And then the government withdrew from talking about it. So we hope that the RC members can talk to the government about this so that working families can have paid care leaves to balance life and work.
The lady who just mentioned about divorce women. And in fact, I think that the men, today, I think we have more than 1 million women who are divorced in Taiwan. 1 million, okay? Yeah, however, I think the main reason of this problem is that in the divorce procedure, only 15% goes to the court. And the rest, the remaining 85%, they do it by themselves. It's called mutual consent. And most of these, and the procedure takes about 10 minutes. 10 minutes complete a divorce. Because there's no any government intervention at all, or any support at all. They just give their agreement and have 2 witnesses to sign and have the paper registered at the government office, and that's it. So there's no mechanism to protect the women and their rights and also the best interest of the child. Yeah, I think this is a long-term problem to the society here. So this is why it creates so many problems. For example, most of these women, for example, 85% of them, 50% of them are only senior high school graduates. And 35% are only junior high school graduate or below. Yeah, so therefore they are in a very low class. I mean, educationally they are in a lower level of the society. And when they are divorced, it would be very difficult for these single parents with children in particular. And I think that the government supports are not enough. Financially are not enough because they have set up many restrictions for applying, for example, low income or those kind of subsidies. So I think, and as you know, that Yeah, so I think there's a structural problem to this issue. So I hope that whether you can suggest the government to do something more to support those kind of women or couples who are experiencing divorce. We should support them. We should, in fact, many of them, they don't need to go for the divorce. And for example, in South Korea, for divorce, you have to wait for 1 month for those who without children, right?
No. Which the women's organizations are objecting to that kind of
I think presently, and for 3 months is for those who have children, right? Because all of the divorces go to the court. But in Taiwan, no.
No. Not all divorce cases go to the court. No.
Okay.
Women have the choice whether it is done by agreement between the spouses, or you bring it to the court when the agreement cannot be reached. Yeah, so women should have a complete freedom to choose. It's not always bad when women make their choices. Yeah. So there are many circumstances.
Right. I remember in about 2008 or 7 or 8, I mean, you started providing counseling or support on those kind of procedure to those.
And women's organizations are objecting to that.
Right, I know, yeah. But I think the government saw that some impacts and some to those.
Anyway, that issue of divorce will deal with under Article 16, by Ruth Halperin Kadari. So if she has more questions, now or later? Now, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to raise these questions based on the information that I think it's the Pro Femina Taiwan gave us just now. So first of all, in the list of issues, I already asked the government to provide statistics about how many couples go through that kind of administrative, I think we can call it administrative divorce, as opposed to judicial divorce, and there were no numbers provided, no data provided. So I just wonder, you just said, and in your written, you said, and there's a table here, but I cannot understand the source of the table. So if you could actually specify where exactly these numbers are taken from, so that we know that these are really reliable sources, it's not just the numbers of how many divorces are in Taiwan, but also the rate of those that go through administrative divorce and the rate that goes to through the judicial divorce.
Yes, we do. I have indicated in my report about this, and I got it from the government. Yeah.
Okay, and there was so still 2 more from this side. Yes.
好，关于工作与家庭平衡哈。
Regarding work and family balance, for people who take the unpaid leaves, well, there are many SMEs in Taiwan. If they take 2 to 3 years leave or even 5 years, they are unpaid. But if you want the employers to pay, or if you want to provide, well, at least some allowances or subsidies to them, that's still subsidy. They don't work, they don't get paid with their salary. So I'm thinking about a different possibility. Maybe they keep half of the job and they are paid in half. Because many work in the COVID-19 can be done at home. So working from home now is possible. If I'm an editor or a translator, I can work home. This can also encourage young people to do more digital work. For example, they can stay home and also care for their children. They spend half of the day working. Sometimes they work as a part-time worker, but they don't accumulate seniority. They don't have benefits because they are part-time workers. They work the gig jobs. After they get older, there's no pension, no retirement benefits. For women who now is doing some work but are pay is very challenging. For women who do not have a job, they are entitled to national pension, which is only 3,700 to 5,000 NT dollars. That is the basic life. But now I think currently, in order to have the minimum livelihood, you need $12,388. So there's a big gap. So for the young women, they are concerned if they get married, they need to take care of their children. When they get older, what happens to their career? So for the married moms, I think work the half day and get paid in a half. I think that's a good possibility that are still entitled to half of the seniority, half of the benefits, and some social security. Because if they stay home for 2 to 3 years, the society or the company may change a lot, especially for small companies.
From this side, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Taiwan.
When Mothers Shield Alliance, in some seminars, many people claim that there should be more nursing rooms facilities or child care facilities to accommodate the needs of participants. For example, meeting like this, maybe some breastfeeding mothers would like to attend, but there should be the facilities to cater to their needs. Also, I think there's still some room for improvement in terms of the quality of care provided by the public child care facilities. We have heard many horrible news reports about child abuse that happened in child care facilities. I think that is why some young parents are afraid to put their children to those facilities.
Any more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and that's it. Yes. So go from front line, and then next, third, fourth, and fifth. Okay, and then we close regarding Article 11.
Awakening Foundation. One NGO representative said that hopefully mothers can share one job. In other words, they can retain their seniority 50%. However, we are worried that such flexibility may result in women being trapped in low pay, part-time, informal jobs. So that's what we are worried about. So now many companies are promoting the idea of flexible working hours. In fact, it works to their advantage that there are so many available mothers that would like to work part-time. But what we want is there should be more resources and measures to support both fathers and mothers to stay in work and balance work and family. So that's what we have been communicating with the government. We hope there is greater flexibility in taking child care leave or family care leave, because there may be situations that happen to the kids or the elderly family members. But now we have block parental leave, 1 month to 6 months. Even for the child care allowances, I think they are pretty low. So we want greater flexibility in the family care leave and higher child care allowances so that both fathers and mothers can work while taking care of the family. So Taipei City Women Rescue Association. Well, I believe on employment of opportunities for women. We found that after the divorce, many women need full-time jobs to support themselves. And of course, the childcare policies and facilities are important. And if they can only find low-pay jobs, the government should also provide some assistance. Otherwise, these women will be stuck and trapped in taking care of kids in the home, not able to join the workforce. So if the woman returns to the workplace, how can we ensure their benefits, their pensions? I think it's important that while they are returning to the workplace, assistance should be provided to help them to stay in the loop in the workplace. Thus, vocational training for women should also include childcare facilities. So even when a woman is taking care of the child, not working, she can receive vocational training. So the vocational training centers should have childcare facilities so that women can take care of kids while receiving vocational training. And especially if the vocational training lasts for 1 month, childcare facilities must be provided at such training centers. And I think this will help men who receive vocational training well. Taiwan non-binary queer slots. Well, I now work in the high-tech sector. During the pandemic, there are many of my colleagues who work from home, either fathers or mothers. However, if you both work from home, when a child cries, usually it's the mother that has to stop attending the meeting online and goes to take care of the crying baby. So I believe if we want to encourage the adoption of parental leave or half-pay shared job, I think such provisions should be available to either father or mother. Taiwan Religion Association. I visited friends and I found that it's time for Taiwan to change our traditional ideas. Child rearing is not just a problem or an issue that should be taken care of by a mother or father or a family. Rather, it takes a whole village, it takes a whole country to raise a child. That is why for the legislative yuan or for the employer, there should be laws to support these families to raise children. In other words, the whole nation, the whole society is behind these parents to help them raise children. Therefore, we should provide direct and equal support for all child-rearing people. Because these families are taking care of the kids for the nation. And all the labor input or output should be recognized. As a result, as parents can enjoy parental leave, they are recognized as contributing to the whole country and society. And of course, they should enjoy pension benefits because they are doing the country a great service. Otherwise, the more children you have, the more disadvantage you experience. That will not be fair. So I hope you can encourage the government to take this mindset that is people who raise children are helping society. That's why it's shared responsibility by the whole society to take care of children. In France, the parental leave can be as long as 2 years, and in total, 2 years parental leave that can be shared by the father and mother. And also between 0 to 6-year-old, the child care facilities, child care expenses, the government will pay 2/3 of the expenses. And once the child is in the elementary school, then the support from the government will be half of the expenses. So parents raising kids are doing the government a great favor.
我是人权
Covenants Watch speaking. The Ministry of Labor spent a lot of time talking about the new program to help domestic workers to obtain residence here in Taiwan. But I have to say that that particular plan targeting migrant workers is different from other programs. Take, for example, in terms of the employment card, for example, the worker himself can be the apply to be recognized as a medium level skilled worker in Taiwan. So I hope the current program is not compliant with the ILO or international human rights standards. In addition, according to that program, the median level skilled worker program, after being recognized as such, you have to stay in Taiwan and work for another 5 years before you can get residence. But if you get the employment card for 3 years, the Taiwan Gold Card, if you have 3 years after you get the gold card, and then you will get residence, permanent residence. But for migrant workers, they still need to stay for another 5 years after they get the Taiwan Gold Card before they can get permanent residence. Also, if they, after obtaining the Taiwan Gold Card, the migrant workers need to first recognized as a medium level skilled worker before they can apply for permanent residence. So we hope that for domestic workers who have stayed in Taiwan for a certain period of time, they should be able to freely change their employers. And the domestic worker, him or herself, can apply to get the Taiwan Gold Card or to apply for permanent residence here in Taiwan.
Give us information in writing, because it's my first time to hear about the gold card, before you get permanent residency. So please, give us all the detailed information regarding the stages of how many, what kind of requirements, and then what status, etc. Thank you very much. So we now close our discussion on Article 11, and then let's go to Article 12. See how many of you want to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So many. I don't know how we can handle. I still want to leave some, at least 10 minutes for any forward-looking questions and information for Ruth Halperin Kadari regarding, especially on Article 16, but maybe on other articles after. So 13, 14, 15, 16 will be dealt with in the afternoon. So please, if your concerns were already addressed by other NGOs, please, you yeah, if let's see. So if we aim to finish dealing with Article 12 by 12:25, 12:20, 12:25. But let me see how many of you can, no, not on Article 12, but rather on the remaining articles. If you want to provide any information in advance, especially regarding Article 16, in addition to the issue raised already on divorced women. Yeah, maybe you can ask questions and then see how many of you, so that we can leave how much time for that.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to get some clarifications, because there is a lot of information that was provided in the responses of the government, in the NHRC, and in some of the NGOs, but some things are not clear to me, and I want to be able to really finesse my questions to the government of economic awards upon divorce. One is the distribution of property, and the other is the alimony. And there are separate problems, both with distribution of property and with respect to alimony. With alimony, the main problem is that the threshold is that the couples or the receiving partner is being driven to hardship of livelihood, and this is a very, very low threshold, right? But then there was an amendment in 21 to the distribution of property, but I saw no critique from NGOs to that part, and I wonder whether you have some critique on that part of distribution of property, and especially with respect to pensions. The NHRC explained that there is a problem with distribution of pension, and that's not clear to me, and none of the NGOs reacted to that, so if you can say something about that. Now, with respect to child custody, what is the continuation principle with respect to child custody? If anybody can explain that to me, it would be helpful. And then lastly, yesterday, some of the organization member used the terminology of friendly parent and unfriendly parent. And I sense that this has to do with what we experience in many other countries, the problem of parental alienation. So do you have such a problem of parental alienation in Taiwan, using parental alienation as a tool to deny domestic violence and to have victims of domestic violence lose custody of their children when they allege domestic violence? Do you have this problem, so that I can pose these questions to the government? Thank you.
So let me see how many of you want to address that issue. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2. Which one? I see. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Right. So we will leave 10 minutes aside. Yeah. All right. So we have until 12:25 to deal with Article 12. Okay, so again, let me see how many of you want to still speak about Article 12. So 5 from this side, and many more, 11 on this side. So let's see how it goes, and then we might not be able to take all of you, but let's try. And no. That's deal with from Article 13 to 15. After we have dialogue with the governments, yeah.
Can we limit our
And
time?
anyway,
Only 1 minute.
let me, yeah.
Only 1 minute because sometimes talking too long. So can
Yeah.
we limit our 1 minute?
Yeah, yeah, 1 minute rule, yeah, or 30 seconds in case. Okay, so from that side, yes, 5 from this side, 30 seconds if possible, and then we can
30
take.
seconds.
Yes.
So 1 minute over 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Let's go to the point. Yeah.
Okay.
MOE has a health program in school on sexual health, but there is no supplementary measures throughout. Yes. In elementary, junior, and high school, when it comes to sexual health and other sex education, the MOE suspended that kind of supplementary measures. When the schools need to work on new issues, they don't have support from experts. Now, in junior high school and below, there isn't enough professional teachers for sex education. Now, without supplementary measures, I think for all the students, even into the college, there's lack of sex education. This program had been in place for many years. Now it's suspended, and we think this issue is very important. All the schools have to talk about sex health, but there is no.
其实是跟随
The interpreter will stop interpreting. I joined the formulation of women's health policy. And this policy or this program was promulgated in 2018, but I didn't see the implementation. We were not invited to review the implementation of this women's health plan. So gender and impact assessment should be done as you suggested, and it should be compared to all the 15 or 16 articles. Within PE gene need to be included in the education program by the government because it's about Article 12 and it also affects children's reproductive health. We care about the reproductive health of young women in placement organizations, especially for those who were sexually exploited, because currently the medicine in Taiwan focuses on Western medicine. And many teenagers in placement organizations cannot take alternative care, for example, the essence oil, drama therapy, and so on. However, in Taiwan, 90% of the people will use alternative care, but the teenage girls in shelter do not have access. This is the Alliance for Women with Disabilities. Support for women of disabilities is problematic. The current incentive program is devised because of COVID-19. So we don't have the other incentives for women with disabilities. Second, the hospitals or clinics haven't explained to the potential patients that what kind of assistance they can get, even though the hospitals get incentives from the government. Third, in medical training, there's very less mentioning of the diverse needs that people with disabilities have. That in remote areas, yes, there could be mobile medical team that can be sent to remote areas, but these areas require more accessible medical devices so that patients over there can also receive proper medical examinations.
go to the from first row, and then second, third, yeah, row by row. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Awakening Foundation, we are happy that you mentioned the criminalizing abortion. We request that at the same time in the Genetic Health Act, the 2 limitations should be changed. The first limitation is that after a woman is married, if you need artificial abortion, you need to get the consent from your spouse. This consent from the spouse is a limitation, especially for women who are the victims of domestic violence. The other limitation is women who are minor. They need guardians or they need a proxy to give the consent before they can take abortion. We'll worry about that because if there is in family sexual abuse, then this is not a good option. So the government can do more to protect women's autonomy in reproductive rights. So we think these 2 provisions in the Genetic Health Act need to be addressed. Women groups don't always go to the legislature to propose the decriminalization of abortion because religious groups are very powerful in this regard. We are not able to fight back. We don't know how to engage in debates with them. Maybe in the
maybe it's not possible to take all the detailed information. So if you just say, this is the problem, or there should be something, and then you can please provide written information so that we can take that into account by the end of today. Yeah, sorry about that, but I think we don't have enough time to take all of your very detailed explanation. So next, 30 seconds, maximum 1 minute, not more than that. Yes.
台湾伴侣权益推动
This is an alliance to promote civil partnership. I want to talk about medical rights of transgender women. Transgender women's medical rights are very limited and very expensive. Compared to biological women, transgender women need more medical services. They need to take a hormone, or before they take the surgeries, they have to get the diagnosis from a psychiatrist. But based on what we know, it's difficult for them to get a hormone medicine or to get the diagnosis in the cities where they reside in, and such services are not supported by national health insurance. I will also want to add something to abortion. There are also conservative groups. Conservative groups try to use a referendum to stop the right to abortion. So, and I, as an heterosexual man, I think abortion and reproductive rights should be decided by the women themselves, not by the government or certain groups. Alliance for people with disabilities. Women with disabilities do not have enough accessible medical services. During COVID, MOHW hasn't provided a guidance so that we do not know how to support women with disabilities in the medical realm. And the COVID has been here for 3 years already. So you can ask the government to improve accessibility in medical institutions.
Yeah, and then from that row, okay, now let's go to the third row. Yeah.
On the process of policy formulation, we think the governments need to open the process to groups which care about women's rights. Second, intersectionality should be included in different laws because now in some remote areas, elder women aren't really the focus of many programs. Third, STD or teenage pregnancy. Out of 1,000, there are 4 teenagers who become pregnant, and the number is higher in remote area, and therefore they should have better sex education to improve fertility rates. I think artificial reproduction is just one option. We should teach women about the rights of sex education and knowledge.
Number the government provided about the number of abortions each year, about 55 to 60. I think it's misleading. It's misleading. For example, I gave you in my report, the page 3. In fact, the government announced the number 11 years ago, which is 240,000. That's appointed by the government. I provided the news clip. Yeah, so this why in in Taiwan, last year we only have about 153,000 newborn babies. We have aborted at least 250 to 300,000 fetuses. So when there's one live birth, at least 1.5 to 2 fetuses have been aborted. So that is the problem that has reached make Taiwan the second lowest fertility rate in the world, only higher than South Korea. As you know, it was 0.81 in South Korea. Taiwan is 0.975. So it's the second lowest. And yeah, so I think that the problem is that for abortion, there's no support mechanism for every woman who are considering about having abortion. For example, counseling or that kind of support. We should provide them to give them enough information about the procedure of abortion. Second, the risks of abortion, and third, the alternatives of abortion. Right? We have adoption or some kind of options. There's no procedure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
我这边是台湾。
Okay, Taiwan Women's Group Alliance. I have to say we don't have midwives to help women to have diverse options when giving birth to children. And also the shortage of accessible facilities in health screening events. So the Taiwan Association for Children and Women's Rights, well, new immigrants and their children are more likely to face domestic violence, and especially disabled women. We know that when disabled women go to the hospital, they face their own impairment, not to mention the inaccessibility of the hospitals can be very unfriendly. If a disabled woman is sexually assaulted or violently abused, maybe because they're mentally challenged and the family members think it is embarrassing to report to the authorities about these incidents. As a result, there will be no social welfare services provided for this woman. So I think very often, if a family has a disabled woman with mental disabilities, the family members choose to hide them. They do not want to face the problem. So we need to ask the government to look into the situation. The number itself does not tell the whole story. We need to have more comprehensive support system, especially for mentally disabled women. Good morning, Taiwan Association for Gender Equity Education. I think right now, Taiwan supplements the curriculum with sex education, and this is not comprehensive enough as required by the United Nations provision. Moreover, I think the teacher needs to be trained before they can provide such sex education. And very often teachers face pressure from conservative groups. So the hotline for LGBT groups, according to our study, 35% of gay students or LGBT students have not received affirmative LGBT education in the school. Also, the government says that for lower grades students, the sex education still focuses on not having to have sex. They should protect themselves. However, we have to know children are starting to be sexually active at an earlier age now. Hotline for LGBT groups. Medical staff in their training stage are not exposed to gender diversity education. As a result, they are not sensitive to gender diversity. They would influence the LGBT's right to health care. Also, in terms of the facilities, equipment, there's still the binary principle in terms of the forms to be filled out or spaces. As a result, transgender people will not be able to use such spaces. On the gender-based healthcare, I think right now the gender-based healthcare is really based on sex differences, so we should not ignore it.
For trans and non-binary, we have to emphasize that it's still now compulsory to get through the process to get 2 certificates of gender identity dysphoria and sexual rearrangement surgery. All are medical treatments, but the medical support is extremely little, so leaving them in a very challenging situation. Also, we need more friendly and inclusive medical environment for everyone. For example, now a lot of regulations and governmental subsidies only for pregnancy only goes to families in heterosexual marriage that excludes LBTI and single women. And like LBTI people, they have higher risk of unintended pregnancy, but the medical support isn't following up. So it means not only that abortion rights are critical for LBTI community, but we need to expand the idea of pregnancy and healthcare from a very cis-hetero point of view to make the medical support more inclusive.
Thank you. Yes?
Taiwan.
Taiwan Mothers Shield Alliance speaking. We as parents have reviewed the textbooks in senior high schools, and in which we can find a website link. On that website, you can find information about pedophilia as well as having intercourse with animals. I think that's why it's so important to have age-appropriate sex education. Kaohsiung City Parents Association speaking. I would like to echo what you just heard. In junior high school and the senior high school, we as parents have found many textbooks as well as teachers who teach sex education. These teachers actually teach children how to masturbate, how to access websites that promote multiple intercourse with multiple people. We're talking about 18-year-olds. I hope there's law to protect our children from being exposed to such wrongful knowledge.
All right, so I think we should stop here. Let me just say that we cannot take all of your concerns or all of your point. Yeah? And then some serious things, we should choose and focus, not in every detail. So please understand that, and then we will, of course, discuss among ourselves how to best address the most important issues at this point of time in 2022. And then some issues should wait until the next review. So just saying that, and then there were questions raised by Professor Ruth Halperin-Kadari regarding property as well as alimony issues and custody. So there were some hands beforehand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, within 10 minutes. Go ahead, yes.
The government's policy on pension reform for civil servants and laborers. As a result, civil servants are receiving less and less pension benefits year over year. Basically, many political appointees in the government are receiving very handsome rewards, but they don't need to face declining pension benefits. I would like to respond to the question about teenagers in placement institutions, especially their right to access digital education.
Dealing with Ruth Halperin-Kadari's question regarding property division as well as alimony and custody of the children. So you already addressed the problem of girls in placement. So yeah, and then who's from this row? No? Okay, we go to yeah, Awakening Foundation.
Thank you.
Awakening Foundation speaking. On the custody of children, we have criticized the government's version. That is what Professor Ruth said. There's a very high threshold. That is, the divorced women or the party that will not be able to support themselves. Only then will they be entitled to claim alimony. As for how much alimony is given out, well, according to our lawyers, the amount is very limited. So we propose a different version to amend the law. That is, the alimony should be determined by how much hardship you would experience economically after the divorce. Rather, while you are in the marriage, how much contribution you have made to the family. And if you get out of the workforce because of the family responsibilities, and then your employability may reduce, there should be compensation for that reduced employability because of your contribution to the family. However, the government's amendment version makes it very difficult to reach that threshold. On pension, Taiwan a few years ago reformed its pension system. The civil servants and teachers' pension schemes have been reformed and changed, but nothing has been done to the labor pensions. That is why back a few years ago, the Legislative Yuan amended the law saying that for divorced parties, they can ask to be paid part of the other party's pension benefits if they are civil servants. However, if your husband is a laborer, not a civil servant, I do not have the right to ask to share part of his pension benefits. So I think this is an inequality in terms of occupation inequality and gender-based inequality. That is why we believe the civil code should be amended so that regardless of your spouse occupation, you can claim for the distribution of your spouse pension. On divorce, the child custody issue, after the divorce, now we have the Family Matters Act and the Domestic Violence Prevention Act. However, there's a gap between divorce cases and the Domestic Violence Prevention Act. That is, if a woman is abused and files for divorce proceedings, then it is the civil code that will apply in the proceedings. However, when a domestic violence case is being adjudicated, yes, the domestic violence situation will be taken into account when the child custody is being considered. A few years ago, there is an amendment highlighting the good faith parental principle. I think that is a good improvement. However, when it comes to joint custody, I believe for women who suffer domestic violence and for children who witness domestic violence, this is unfair to impose joint custody on them. And especially if you require them to go through mediation, this is very painful for the children. However, if we emphasize the good faith parental principle, this can be a problem.
Do you want to speak? We have only 5 minutes, 4 minutes left, so very precise and brief.
Many domestic violence victims, in order to be the so-called good parents or parents in good faith, they have to visit their children even though they may see the perpetrator. Or if they do not visit the children, they'll be mocked. The perpetrator will say that you are not a good parent. And even though they may report such harassment from the perpetrator, well, as harassment, the judges still think that they have to make the visit and it's required for parental custody.
Give a similar report, and afterward, the Department of Justice they started to prepare a reform about the alimony. And now that is in the legislature right now, discussing about this issue, about the reform. But the point of alimony is that only 15% of those divorced couples, they go to the court, so the court can decide. And the remaining 85%, they decide by themselves. Yeah, so whether there's alimony or not. And however, in the court, it also has a requirement that only applicable to those who has no fault, who are eligible for alimony. Otherwise, there's no. Yeah. Okay. And the second one is the return regarding custody. The same issue. You see, most of the 3/4 of the divorced couple, they decide by themselves. Yeah, and in the divorce procedure, they will decide. The custody goes to the mother or go to the father or co-custody. Yeah, that they will decide during the registration period. Yeah, and regarding property, it's same. They decide by themselves. Yeah, only the 15% that that the court will decide about the proportion of their properties. Yeah, okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we all taken care of all the NGOs who want to speak. Okay, good. All right, so this will finish our session with you, representative from NGOs. I already announced in the morning some changes in the program, but I want to change it again because I was totally wrong in terms of calculating time allocation. So I think, I don't know whether there is any government delegation still. Yes, the changes that we want to propose is for the first 1.5 hour session, on cluster 4 from 2 to 3:30, we want to include also Article 15. So 13, 14, and 15 together for 1.5 hours. And then we have break. And then final cluster 5, we will deal with only 16, which requires much time, probably 45 minutes. Yeah. And then we want to use the remaining 45 minutes, more or less, asking any follow-up questions from us from Article 1 up to Article 16, so that we can have more leverage of any issues that was dropped. Is that acceptable? Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And then after coffee break, we'll have another 1 hour joint meeting with you, NGOs, to discuss about any issues that's remaining. Okay. And thank you very much for all your contributions and collaborations and additional information. Thank you very much. Have a very good lunch, although we are not providing it. And then let's meet at 2. Thank you. 谢谢。
好，谢谢，谢谢。
Thank you. This is the end of this session. Lunch boxes are provided outside the venue. You may bring your voucher to get your lunchbox and come back for your lunch.
回到原来的时间，然后15条移到这边。
OK。
对，然后
13到15。
然后这个前半是做16，后半他们就是开放性的。
好。好，那下午的时间的部分呢，我们还是以原本表定的时间为。
In the afternoon, we will use the original schedule, but the content to be covered is slightly different. We will announce it later.
好的，大家下午好，大家下午好。那我们第4场次与政府机关之审查会议呢，我们这边有做小小的一点调整哦。那原本这一个场次是13到14条，那刚才主席这边
So we have made some adjustments.
总共会有3条，那我们会议即将会在3分钟之后正式开始。那请大家我们可以尽速就座。那也先邀请大家，我们先将我们的手机转为静音或是震动的模式。感谢大家的配合，谢谢。好的，我们会议即将在2分钟之后正式的开始哦。那
The next session will start in 2 minutes. Some announcement here. When you give your answers, you have 3 minutes, 30 seconds before your time is up. The bell will ring once. 15 minutes after the bell rings twice, interpreting will stop. Before you give a response, please identify your affiliation and your name. Most importantly, please raise your hand before you speak so that RC members and the camera know where you are. So please be concise, stating the fact. Talk about the implementation under different rights. Please refrain from reading laws or regulations or repeating what has been said in the reports. Please also pay attention to your pace for simultaneous interpreting. If you want to read from any documents, please submit the copy to information desk. If you need to provide submissions, please make 6 English copies and 2 Chinese copies and provide by the end of today. If not today, the due time will be 9 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning at Sheraton. Thank you. The session will start momentarily.
「好，我们第4场次与政府机关之审查。
This is the fourth session covering Article 13 to 15. Professor Xin, you have the floor.
Thank you. In the morning, we suggested some changes in the program. Now we have to change it again because we found out that the government delegation would not be able to answer our follow-up questions. So I think we will deal with the Articles 13, 14, and 15 for 1.5 hours until 3:30. Then we have a break as here for 15 minutes. And then cluster 5, we are left with only Article 16, which we don't think will take up another 1.5 hours. So that's why we suggested that we would be happy to ask any follow-up questions, but now that's impossible. So I think we would ask you to adjust so that we can go directly without even break to a joint meeting with NGOs. And we can finish by 6, a little bit earlier. I think still with this change of program that we'll have plenty of time with NGOs and 30 minutes or 1 hour short for the governments to deal with this remaining 4 articles. Would that be all right? Okay, so today we finish a little bit early because we started early at 9 o'clock, yeah, unlike yesterday. And of course, we also need some rest to prepare for for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to come up with good concluding observations and recommendations. So thank you. So now we will deal with 3 articles in cluster 4, Articles 13, 14, and 15. For that, I will ask Professor Nicholas Brun to raise questions on the Article 13. On the Article 14, Esther, Michela, and then 15, Ruth, and then 16 will be also taken care of by Ruth after the break. Okay, with that understanding, of course, any other members of the IRC can raise any other questions or issues. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recall that Article 13 in the CEDAW Convention, it deals with different areas of economic and social life in order to ensure on a basis of equality of men and women the same rights, and then in particular the right to family benefits, the right to bank loans, and the right to participate in recreational activities, sports, and all aspects of cultural life. And I want to focus on this point. C deals with sports and recreational activities. We asked in our list of issues which we submitted to the government on the implementation of the 2017 white paper on promoting female participation in sports, and we see some progress here reported, but it is not huge steps that have been taken since 2017. And of course, we know that there has been this COVID period in between, which of course might restrict a little bit of sports activities. But still, I think it would be good to discuss what could be done in order to promote sports. We see that it is quite a small percentage of girls and women who are active in sports. And I actually we have seen the same problems in my own country, in Finland to some extent, and there has been, I think, some significant steps forward when, for instance, our state television decided that in the channels of the television there should be equal proportion of female sports events and male sports events, so that they are actually showing ice hockey and soccer and different sports for the women's league to the same extent as they say that they send men's sports. And at first there was a lot of criticism from the men's side that they said that this is who is interested in this low quality sports, but actually there is first a female audience, but then when some teams did do well, it became more and more common to follow also women's sports. So I think these kind of measures you could think about and think a little bit outside the box when you promote female participation in the cultural life and sports. So I just come up with this humble suggestion. I think I don't have a big question, but I'm happy to hear your comments on this. But from your answer, we know that you try to promote this, but the numbers are slowly improving, but quite slowly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for just the little push. I think I also saw the report, and I think there's room for a little more action, I think, particularly on the economic sphere. I did raise some concerns about the private sector yesterday, but I thought maybe to be more pointed in terms of some of the innovation, because this is a country with technology, and creativity, and you have your industrial parks growing. And so the question that I really want to ask is to give consideration to, innovative models, things like the gender bond, which some countries are already rolling out to be able to encourage the private sector to invest in women's issues and to have more inclusive financial models. And also the other question I would ask is whether you had ever considered or launched that. I know you've talked about gender-responsive budgeting, but I really didn't see anything like procurement, which are also ways to help to build capacity in engaging in the financial sector, in bidding, concessions, and being able to build women's capacity to engage, in those large-scale contracts and public procurement, which I think a lot of it is led by government, and so it's usually easier to do. In my country, we're already reviewing our procurement law to make it gender inclusive, and that's an area you want to think of, because you already have the Gender Enhancement Act. So why don't you push the boundaries so that all of society can begin to give room to have inclusion, and gender and procurement is a proven way of doing that, so that big-time companies can bring up smaller companies, and government itself can have dedicated envelopes or areas where they would patronize small and medium enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to add my voice to what Mr. Nicholas Bruhn said regarding sports. But I think the Taiwanese government is aware that there is a gap exists between the percentage of men and percentage of women engaged in regular exercise. I'm looking at this document which says 2022 Gender at a Glance in Taiwan. So there is a gap, even starting from as early as 13 years old up to 70 plus age. Women exercise less than men. Yeah. While I was teaching at a co-ed university, from my office, I could see the playground. And I watched male students playing soccer, football, yeah? And then female students were around them, and then they clap, you know? And cheering up. And I was wondering, gee, female students pay the same amount of student fee as male student, but they get less support and less funding for whatever activities. So I think this thing needs the whole awareness of the society, how different areas they move on from, of course, economic area, getting loans from the bank, but also in the sports. So you raised the issue already, so I will look forward to the government response in this regard. And sports is not an area where there's not much attention usually, compared to economic empowerment or political empowerment of women, equal treatment in other areas. Sports is less. Now World Cup is happening in Qatar, but anyway, that's men's sports. So with that, if there is no other questions regarding Article 13, I give the floor to Minister Lo and then your delegation. Thank you.
I would like to thank the three ROC members for raising your concerns and questions under Article 13. As you said, equality in sports still require improvements. Men and women choose different spheres, different sports, maybe due to their biological differences. Some sports are dominated by men. Some sports become professional ones compared to women's sports. But I think despite the gap is there, the gap has been narrowed. In some sports in Taiwan, female athletes are highly recognized and supported. For example, the Olympics in Tokyo last year, many of Taiwanese female athletes had very good performances and results. And that is very inspiring for female athletes. Such sports bring health and honor. How do we advocate sports then? As Professor Brun mentioned, MOE had issued a white paper on promoting female participation in sports. We can continue to observe the long-term outcomes of such guidance. How do we encourage people with all kinds of genders to enjoy sports so that resources can be enjoyed equally by all, so that people who love sports or people who don't love it can still be encouraged to do so because this is good for their health. So the gender gap in sports exists. For example, whether there is gender-friendly space or environment. Yes, this needs to be improved. We will continue to promote it through policies and programs.
Ms. Esther asked about innovative model to push in this area, or maybe beyond this area. For example, there can be innovative financial approaches or procurement, gender bonds. In fact, we would love to hear specific recommendations from the IRC members later so that we can push closer to our goal of gender equality, or some sources of information which we can find and better our own practice in the future. So first of all, I would like to ask the MOE to provide information. I speak for the sports administration of the MOE on promoting female participation in sports. First of all, we have continuously promoted different types of sports activities. For example, basketball, volleyball, soccer, softball. These are all sports activities where female participation is quite common. In the year 2021, we have 620,000 students participating. 62,000 students participating in these activities. And in the year 2022, 13,630 female students took part in female soccer games. As for relay races, we emphasize the participants must be 50-50, boys and girls. As for teaching physical education, we also provide online training to help teachers in K-12 schools as well as students, to remind them that they can encourage more girls to sign up for sports competitions or sports games. In addition, cheerleading activities, there are also many girls that participate in these activities. As for quasi-professional sports, female soccer games, female volleyball, female softball teams, these have been the areas where we regularly organize events, matches, and games. In addition, we also organize the so-called Together We Move movement. We specifically planned a range of sports activities tailored to women. For the corporate sector, we also encourage them to hire sports coaches so that they can set aside time for their employees, especially female employees, to exercise.
To be raised under Article 13. Otherwise, we go to Article 14, women in rural community, and I ask Esther to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to look again at how you are dealing with Article 14. Of course, there are a lot of commendable actions that you're taking, particularly in the area of agriculture. I want to recognize and appreciate that. But then as I looked at your report, there were areas that I thought might want to get more information from you. First, you talk about setting up women cooperatives and in the rural area. And the question is, do you have data? Because the data that you have here doesn't reflect the number of women-owned businesses, women-led businesses, or women-focused businesses that are located in the rural area, because that will give you a level of understanding of the economic engagement or economic activities in the rural areas. So that's an area that I didn't see clearly. The other is scale-ups. You talk about setting up cooperatives and giving out some little loans, but do you have any scheme that helps women in rural communities to either start up businesses or scale up their businesses so that they can actually be able to make more livelihoods or increase their income in the areas that they already are working on? And I also looked at the document, and I didn't see, or I would imagine that using your industrialization plan to reach out to the rural areas was not very evident in the document. But that's a strategy that would help to bridge inequalities, because if you have industries having locations in rural communities, then there's more access to livelihoods for both women and men, because the communities have a lot of female population. And the last issue that I would be eager to hear from you on is your strategy for providing affordable and clean energy for rural communities, knowing the gendered role of energy sourcing, using in rural communities, and how this would affect the lives and livelihoods of women that are in rural communities. And I would like to stop here for now. Thank you very much.
Any other members? Yeah. Then I would like to raise another issue, which is related very much to women in rural areas, but not only women, but everyone, also in urban areas, regarding climate change. I don't know how the effect of climate change is serious in Taiwan, whether it's global warming, flood, or drought, or excessive heat, whatever. So please, if you can provide information on how climate change is affecting Taiwan, as well as what is your mitigation programs or projects or policies, as well as adjustment to this change. I think nowadays that problem is really serious around the globe, climate change. So I think probably Article 14 is the best place to ask these questions. Thank you. The floor is yours, Minister Law.
Thank you for the questions. Article 14 about women in rural areas and their economic livelihoods. I think Esther asked a number of specific questions, especially about women's cooperatives, whether or not there are cooperatives owned and led by women, and also for farmers, fishermen's associations, or cooperatives, whether or not there are loans extended to women to help them start their own business or increase their income, scale up their business. I will ask the council, the agricultural council, to provide their opinions, and then the Ministry of Economic Affairs on the effect of climate change on Taiwan. I will ask the EPA and the Agricultural Council to talk about clean energy, disaster prevention. So first of all, the Agricultural Council, the women in rural areas and economic development, please. I speak for the counseling division of the council, the Agricultural Council. Thank you for the questions. Women's cooperatives. In Taiwan, we don't have the so-called women-only cooperatives. Well, it's because of our agricultural structure, and it's a very labor-intensive industry. So there were few women farmers. Therefore, under the Farmers Association, we have proactively provided the home economics courses for women in rural areas And we also have courses to help rural women to acquire the additional expertise so they can retool themselves. As a result, they become very effective contributors to many agricultural affairs. 90% of the participation in these agricultural matters have been done by women in the rural areas. So our Farmers Association has been offering courses, training programs to help these rural women to acquire new skills. As for loans, as I said, because of our agricultural structure, we do not have loans specifically extended to loans, but we do not extend female borrowers either. So this is the situation right now in the rural area when it comes to gender equality in loan extensions. So are you done for now from the Agricultural Council? As for loans, the Ministry of Economic Affairs or the Council of the Indigenous Peoples, maybe you can provide additional information. Yes, I speak for the SME administration under the MOEA. On loan extensions, yes, the COA, Council of Agriculture, and the MOEA both provide youth startup loans. And for female applicants, in fact, in the Section 13, we do provide some information. About 30% of such applicants are women for youth startup loans. And we have seen growth year by year. As for rural area, women can also receive training and counseling through the STBR, the placemaking, city and county revitalization programs. How do we help women in rural areas to acquire skills, to have better employment opportunities? Basically, through our city and county, the rural revitalization programs, we encourage them to leverage the locally produced crops through processing and marketing. They can engage in the 6th grade industrial model and come up with products with local characteristics. The value can be more the product can be more valuable through these approaches. And tourists can be attracted to local villages. We also provide digital marketing training and planning training for these women so that they can increase their employability. Well, generally in Taiwan, loans for women, for example, loans extended to micro enterprises or women-led enterprises. We do have similar programs like the youth startup loans programs for farmers. We also have loans for management and production and the marketing activities. However, these loans are extended to farmers regardless of gender. However, either in the Farmers Association or in the proportion or in farmers composition, female accounts for less than 25%.
I think the questions were asked about female farmers and new models for them. It seems that we don't have such dedicated programs for women in farming area. There is regular loan, micro loan, but now maybe in the future we can provide special loans for women in a farming area so that they can start their own business. I would like to understand more about how other countries have such practices, and the Council for Agricultural Affairs or other relevant authorities can go ahead and study how such startup loan, for example, can support a female in a farming area so that they can increase income. Okay. Next, on clean energy, MOEA, would you like to respond it? Clean energy for the remote area. Maybe the Council of Agricultural Affairs knows better. This is Bureau of Energy. Maybe I can bring the question back. We will provide submissions later. Okay. COA, Council of Agriculture Affairs, do you have anything to add? Thank you for the question. We've made quite a few efforts in mitigating climate change and providing clean energy. For example, we use the unutilized fish pond to generate renewable energy, and about 50% of the coverage rate has been reached. So we build solar power panels on top of the fishing pond, and in many husbandry ranch or pig raising farms, chicken farms, or bull pens, and so on, there are structures available where we can put solar panels on it. These can also generate extra green income for the farmers. We also create a zero carbon office, a net zero office, so we can help reduce greenhouse emissions. We also want to grow our forest, so to create more carbon sinks, recycle or circular agriculture is also a direction. When the branches of the fruit trees are cut down, they used to be farming waste, but maybe they can be used to generate energy. And in farming areas with low utilization of land, we try to use the land to develop green power. Now, I know the question also includes climate change. Well, in November this year, the average temperature is 1.5 Celsius higher compared to last year. This impact agricultural produce. For example, some melons or small tomatoes are infected with disease because of the unusual climate. We are doing more research now in order to counter climate change impact. Thank you. On the impact of climate change on Taiwan, I think the agency which is in charge of this issue is not here, but I would like to respond briefly to the ROC. When necessary, I will ask the agency or the ministry to provide more detailed information. Climate change brings huge impact to the environment, to the human development. Taiwan is not an exception. We are facing challenges from climate change and energy demand. I think our challenges are even more serious compared to many other countries. Since this is an international concern, Taiwan must take it seriously. So we have a net zero goal to be reached by 2050. The amended legislation has been submitted to the legislature for evaluation. It requires more collaboration. So there's a sustainability committee convened by the Premier, the National Development Council, the Council for Agriculture Affairs, all have their dedicated offices to address climate change. MOEA plays an important role in energy transition. The current plan is to reach net zero by 2050. There has been the pathway laid out already. We need to continue to communicate with the society, with the corporate world, because climate change brings great impact to all sectors in Taiwan. Now that we have the path, the key is to implement the path. It requires discussions. We know that the vulnerable groups may be at the forefront to face the impact of climate change. So in energy transition, we need to pay special attention to the vulnerable groups. Earlier, I said that Taiwan has issued its first National Human Rights Action Plan, and part of it is dedicated to human rights under climate change. We will submit more details how we adapt from a human rights-based approach. But I will stop here. Thank you.
Replies given so far. Let me ask one more question because there was a reply that Farmers Association provides training for women on home economics, teaching them skills. I read information provided in the report on CEDAW implementation. In 2019, there was a total of about 600,000 persons employed in the agricultural sector, of whom about approximately 25% was women. Yeah, and then regarding the membership in farmers' organizations, there is no restriction for women, but the number of women's membership is relatively low because women are not applying. Now, my question is, this is all related to the traditional role, gender, according to the gender lines, as well as how you perceive yourselves and the whole family in the rural community. So traditionally, there are households, families who own the land, which is registered normally, traditionally under men's name. And then although women work probably same or sometimes more time on agricultural fields, gardening, growing vegetables, and taking care of the animals, etc. Very hard work because now people are moving out to cities. And then men operate machines to plant rices and other things. And then much of the work is taken care of same amount of time and energy by women. But the family and women themselves do not see themselves as farmers. So depending on whether you're agricultural cooperative or farmers cooperative, whether do you allow one person from each household to be registered as members, or do you allow both spouses to be members of the agricultural cooperatives? So that would be my specific question. And depending on how your system and structure is, there would be differences. If you allow only one person from each household to be registered as members of the agricultural cooperative, usually it would be men. And although women would work almost the same time, or sometimes more time, because men are just using machines and then they just go away to drink, etc. And then women are left to care not only for the field, but also for all the housework. Yeah, so I would like to know what is the situation in Taiwan. And there should be more equal treatment and opportunity, and then change of the mindset that women contribute as much as men do, because otherwise it would be difficult. And then in another country's situation, it is usually the migrant workers who fill in the lack of a labor force in agriculture and animal husbandry and all these other areas. And now Taiwan is very much important in terms of fishing area, where men dominate also. Yeah. So I would like to have more information on how the situation is in Taiwan, and how do you care for the same status or same participation in decision making in the agriculture issues, in the fisheries, and in fishing villages. Usually it's men's job to catch the fish, sometimes with the support of foreign migrant fishermen. But it's always needs women's hands to clean, and then take care of those fish in order to be edible, consumed by the customers. So can somebody give more information on what is the situation in Taiwan? Yes, Esther.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to add a little bit, because I know the Honorable Minister raised questions about more information on agricultural tools that could be gender responsive. And I think there are good practices around that, because all of that Professor Hasto talked about is really making that sector more gender friendly. And the question that I would really be wanting a response to is how your agricultural institutes and your technology institutes have responded to the different needs of male and female farmers. You said there are no farmers in no female agriculture in the agricultural sector. That's what I heard from the Agri Council, that no women only cooperatives, and that presupposes that there are. Does that say that there are no women who are farmers or who are engaging in agricultural work? I would say no, and I actually have been engaged in projects that were predominantly perceived as gender blind, only men with huge, needing huge tractors. But when you engage with the women, then they can tell you the kind of agricultural gadgets that they need, that is friendly, that is usable, that is light, and you find that their productivity and their output increases and outpaces that of the men. So it's really an economic development issue that you need to pay attention to, so that the gender dynamics that underpin, how you describe your agricultural sector, you can address it and boost productivity and enhance, rural economy for everybody. And so there are good practices around that, not only in my country, in many countries, where they now have lighter gadgets, more gender-friendly gadgets for the same, either for fishing, for cleaning, for preserving, all along the agricultural value chain. You now identify the roles of men and women, and your technology institute should be responding to that, because if you do, then you improve the livelihood of the entire society. And that's one of the goals of gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you. So in addition to your home economics courses offered for women, if you have any other projects and programs to meet the needs of women so that they can more easily participate in operating machines, whatever small or big tractors or small things that cutting grass or branches, whatever, that would be appreciated. And then usually also in rural areas, how much male workers are paid, how much women agricultural workers are paid. There is a big gap usually. Yeah. So if the situation is the same in Taiwan or not, please provide information. Thank you.
谢谢两位委员的提问。
Thank you for the questions. As Chair Xing mentioned, in the agricultural and the fishing sectors, the number and proportion of female workers, as well as their participation in decision-making, more information is needed. Yes, in different sectors, occupations, the proportion of different genders taking part in decision-making may vary from one sector to another. We have been talking about how we can increase women's participation in decision-making. That's why we also talk about the 1/3 gender ratio rule. Well, according to our own observations, the agricultural and fishing sectors, indeed, we do see an even greater gap between different genders. In particular, when it comes to the leadership of Farmers Association and Fishermen's Association, I think the disparity is even greater than in other industries. I will ask the Council of Agriculture to provide more information. As for lighter agricultural tools, devices, gadgets, I think we are all aware of the need, and we will pay more attention to how such more women-friendly devices and gadgets can be developed by the high-tech sector. Now I will give the floor to the Council of Agriculture. First of all, perhaps there's some misunderstanding about my response. I said there is no one women-only cooperative. I'm not saying that no women participates in cooperatives work. First of all, I would like to thank you for your questions about women in rural areas and your recommendations as to building more gender-friendly agricultural institutions. First of all, I have to say, members of the Farmers Association, women membership has been rising over the years. The question about whether each household can only one person apply to be a member of the Farmers Association. Yes, that is the rule as it is now. Only one person from each farmer's household can be a member of the Farmers Association. But now we have more vibrant agricultural economy. So it's possible that a family may have 3 houses on 3 registered addresses. Then they can have, say, 3 houses. 3 people can register to be members of Farmers Association. Therefore, we can expect more female membership in Farmers Association going forward. And of course, we will see if it's necessary to amend laws to improve further. As for women in rural areas, actually, farmers enjoy farmers' insurance in Taiwan. The insurance coverage, women accounts for 51.17%, male accounts for 48.83% when it comes to the agricultural or farmers insurance. So even when women in the rural areas are not farmers or are not members of the Farmers Association, they can still get insurance coverage from the Farmers Association. The same goes for old farmers' allowances. Once they reach 65 years of age, they are entitled to 7,550 NT dollars per month, male or female, regardless. So in terms of the officers of Farmers Association, in fact, we now even have more women leaders or officers, women officers in Farmers Associations, and they do take part in decision making. If we are talking about Director General of Farmers Association, well, almost 1/4 of Farmers Association's Director Generals are female, and Director Generals actually can have a very huge power in making decisions for the Farmers Association, even though they are not presidents of the Farmers Associations. As for the design of agricultural tools or devices, Taiwan has small farmer system. Therefore, each farmer may have arable land of less than 1 hectare. So we do have many smaller harvesting machines, and the government actually provides billions of NT dollars to help the agricultural village to acquire such smaller tools, so that women farmers or regular farmers can all use these gadgets and tools. However, we also have the shortage of labor issue in rural area. So now in terms of harvesters and other agricultural devices, there are many new innovative devices, and they can definitely be operated by women as well. So we're going to increase investment in this area even more in the future. However, when it comes to Fishermen's Association, there are fewer women taking part in the leadership positions in Fishermen's Association. Again, this, of course, has to do with the fact that most fishermen are men, and women, of course, spend a lot of time cleaning and sorting the catch. So we will provide more training for women in the fishing villages so that they can be more proactive as participants in Fishermen Association's activities. The same goes for women in farming villages. We are going to provide more training for them as well. It was mentioned that many women do not consider themselves as farmers. I don't think this is the case in Taiwan. In Taiwan, everyone working in the field, working in the agricultural sector is a farmer. And as Chair said that very often the farmer's land is given only to male. Women have difficulties acquiring the land. But now, this is not the case at all. women farmers can acquire and own land, and they can get farmers insurance too. Yes, we do subsidize the acquisition of smaller and lighter farming machines. Every year, we provide billions of NT dollars to help women in rural area to purchase these smaller farming machines. And we also try to attract young farmers, young people to join the agricultural sector. So subsidies have been made available to help women acquire such machines. Well, I think it is also mentioned in the report. I would like to highlight that aside from the home economics programs, we also provide the women priority training programs for women in farming villages so that they can also learn how to work in the field, how to be a farmer. And he also mentioned that there's the position of Director General of Farmers Associations. 1/4 of the farmers associations have women director generals. However, the issue goes beyond that. If we compare the female participation and female leadership in Farmers Association and Fishermen's Association, you can see that we have about 30% farmers who are women, and in the fishermen's associations, we also have nearly 50% of officers or members that are women. However, when it comes to leadership positions, the proportion of women in leadership is way lower. If we look at the regular industrial unions, actually female director, female supervisors, there are 33.4% of union directors and supervisors that are women, but the percentage in fishermen and farmers associations is way lower. There's a big gap. So I think if we use the household as the representative to take part in farmers association, that is a problem. We need to amend the law. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much for the replies by the government delegation. And now I think we can move to Article 15, equality before law. And Ruth Halperin Kadari, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to raise 3 issues in relation to Article 15. The legal aid access to justice, then judicial training, and then lastly, go back again to the whole issue of the ancestor worship guild. So starting with legal aid. First I want to acknowledge and commend the government, if I understand correctly from the replies, that free legal aid covers or may cover full representation, including for mediation and negotiations and drafting of legal documents, which is really good. But if I understand correctly, it depends on the whole of the family income. I read from your replies, the victim needs to meet other conditions of being a family in hardship, which means their monthly family per capita income. However, and now I speak also not just as a law professor, but also as a director of of a center that provides free legal aid and representation to women in divorce proceedings, we know that very often the situation of women in need for legal representation, especially women who are survivors, victims of domestic violence, their economic situation is such that they have absolutely no access to the family income. They, what I mean is that the family income as a whole may be well above the average and above the minimum that you specify in your legal aid regulations, but they themselves do not have access to this, to these resources. So I believe that you have a true gap here, lacuna, in women's access to legal aid, and I would like to hear your reaction to this challenge. And what we in my country, and I'm not saying that this is best practice at all, but some progress has been made. Legal aid is provided regardless of family resources when issues involve children. So when parents need to litigate regarding child custody or child support issues, the legal aid is being provided on the basis of the needs of the children. That's regardless of the income level of the parents, and you might want to consider that, as well as provide free legal aid for any victim of domestic violence, again, regardless of the economic resources. So this is the point about access to justice and legal aid. Now, with respect to judicial and other legal professionals' trainings, it is it is quite impressive to see the amounts of awareness raising and gender sensitization training that you do offer to many professionals and law enforcement agents, but it was not clear to me whether training on, again, domestic violence for judges, whether it is mandatory or not. In paragraph 2 on page 89, I read that although it is not mandatory for judges to participate in the domestic violence prevention and related training courses scheduled every year, so here I see that it is not mandatory. And then at the end of the paragraph, I read the seminar on matters of the Domestic Violence Prevention Act as the requirements for judges who apply or renew the Family Professional Judge Certificate since 2021. So maybe I don't understand properly these two sentences, but they do seem to me to be contradictory, and I'd like to I'd like a clarification on whether it is mandatory or not. If it's not mandatory, please explain what courses are mandatory for judges, because I believe that, and again, this is not just in the case of Taiwan. In many other countries, we see this kind of resistance from the judiciary to have mandatory courses, but it is the position of CEDAW, and we included it, I believe, in General Recommendation 35. My colleague, Professor Ajar, can confirm that because she led that general recommendation, that we included a recommendation to have mandatory trainings for judiciary on domestic violence issues. Lastly, the issue of inheritance with respect to ancestor worship guilds. Now, I have to confess, this was a bit complex to go to the heart of the matter. And regrettably, the information provided in the replies was not entirely satisfactory. But if I understand, if I have full understanding of the issue now, I understand that there is a law from 2008 that for the first time attempted to regulate the ancestor worship guild framework. And it has left those guilds that were established prior to 2008 to designate as successors according to their own tradition, which clearly means excluding women as successors, as heirs for those lands. And then Article 4, Paragraph 1 to that law, so the second paragraph to that law said that for other guilds that do not have any rules, then they can designate male offsprings of the family as successors. So this is clear discrimination, both in terms of previous existing guilds and in terms of the new law. And I was very surprised to learn that this was actually approved by the justices of the Judicial Yuan, even though they referred to Articles 2 and 5 of CEDAW, they did not find this discriminatory. This is very surprising. But what is even more surprising and regrettable is that the proposed amendment from 2014, and I understand that it has actually still not passed from 2014, this new amendment also does not eliminate this discrimination, but only leaves the possibility to include women as successors. And we heard yesterday from Minister Loh that this is a cultural thing, a cultural issue, and it has to do with tradition. But I think that we veterans of CEDAW have heard many times attempted justifications of discriminatory laws based on tradition and based on culture. And it is, again, the position of CEDAW that this is not an excuse. This is what, in fact, CEDAW is for, to change these traditions and cultural justifications, maybe gradually, but I think that the process that you started from 2008 to, first of all, to regulate this, it is now time to eliminate the blatant inherent discrimination here. And what I did not receive reply is to understand the scope of the land that we're talking about here. Alternative sources suggested that Ministry of Finance should have numbers, data on this, and we would very much appreciate receiving that data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth. I hope that the delegation would surprise us with, with some positive changes regarding this. So I think there is about 20 minutes to clarify and answer to the 3 specific questions under Article 15. Thank you.
好，关于法律扶助女性弱取的法。
On legal aid for women and domestic violence prevention training for judges, I will ask Judicial Yuan to respond. Ancestor Worship Guild, I will ask MOI to respond. Judicial Yuan first. I will respond to the question on legal aid. According to Legal Aid Act, the purpose of this act is to help the so-called indigents or people who need extra help. Well, according to Article 5 of the Act, the indigent refers to those who meet one of the followings. For example, the family is qualified as a family hardship, as described in Act of Assistance for Family Hardship, or their disposable income is less than a certain threshold. And according to Act of Assistance for Family in Hardship, domestic violence survivors will qualify to apply this act. And according to the Legal Aid Foundation's principles 6, if a domestic violence survivor needs help, the disposable income of the perpetrator is not considered to be disposable income of the survivor. So a perpetrator's income will be excluded from the calculation. If the domestic violence survivors meet these qualifications, then they can apply for legal aid. Okay. Domestic violence prevention training for judges. Hi, I'm a judge from the Juvenile and Family Court under Judicial Yuan. I will explain a training for judges according to Family Affairs Act, in order to ensure domestic violence survivors, in order to ensure the successful issuance of protection orders. The Judicial Yuan asks judges to receive some professional training, which is also required in the Domestic Violence Prevention Act. So in selecting family judges, we issue some certificates. If the judges receive 60 hours of training, they will receive a certificate to handle family affairs. So this includes training to deal with domestic violence and knowledge about CEDAW. We just completed a commissioned research regarding gender-based violence, such as domestic violence, and other researches on how judges invoke CEDAW and general recommendations under CEDAW. So based on that, we expect that by next year, we'll be able to finish a manual for family judges to refer to when they handle such cases. This is one of the responses Judicial Yuan has in order to implement gender mainstreaming. Other than that, in the annual on-the-job training, the judges have to receive at least 12 hours training related to family affairs, including some training on domestic violence prevention. In 2021, domestic violence classes is part of the 12-hour requirement from the 60-hour requirement. So that's what we meant by the core training or the core class. Thank you. I would like to add some information to legal aid as well. Legal aid in Taiwan is diverse. The society and the government as well provide specialized legal assistance to people. Sometimes no criteria is required. Sometimes some criteria have to be met. Some associations will provide services for women specifically. These NGOs have volunteers, and they have a volunteer or pro bono attorneys which help the women. And local government also provide legal aid services. In some courts, such legal counseling is provided, even though it is not stipulated by the law. Some organizations or courts take their initiative to provide such services and therefore require no special criteria. So, but some associations do require eligibility criteria to be met.
In other words, when it comes to access to legal aid, there are many civil groups in Taiwan, along with the government agencies that are providing such resources, consultations. So I believe we do have different resources in this area when it comes to legal aid. Now, if we're talking about statutory or regulatory legal aid, then there is a foundation under the Judicial Yuan, which is supported by government budget to provide legal aid. That is the Legal Aid Foundation, which is under the supervision of the Judicial Yuan. The budget also comes from the Judicial Yuan. And therefore, for the Legal Aid Foundation, basically the recipients of such aid will have to meet certain qualifications. The indigent, that is the requirement. But as a result, the different local chapters of the Legal Aid Foundations will also provide consultations. Basically, for consultation, the indigent requirement is not that stringent, but if you are talking about legal representations, then the qualifications will be met before we can provide the legal aid. And also, for some criminal cases, we do provide additional protection for indigenous people. Otherwise, in most cases, the Legal Aid Foundation will still have to see if the recipient is capable of acquiring such legal aid from other sources. If not, then the government, through the Legal Aid Foundation, can help him to get the legal aid. So the key issue is, under such a system where women have less access to legal aid compared to men, well, I think it takes more evidence. We need more evidence before we can draw a conclusion, because as far as I know, if we are talking about domestic violence survivors, of course, you cannot calculate the other party's disposable income. So these would count as an exception in terms of the threshold for acquiring legal aid. So the legal aid system has been in practice for decades. And if we have identified any deficiency in the system, of course, we will make necessary improvements. So this is what I would like to say about legal aid. Next, I would like to ask the MOI to respond to the question about Ancestor Worship Guild. Ancestor Worship Guild is an organization that is established to fulfill ancestral worship. So basically, the descendants of one family would put together money to purchase land, and the proceeds or the rental proceeds from the land will be used by the guild to perform ancestor worship. There are 3,656 such guilds, and the land they have procured can be found in different parts of Taiwan. So if you combine their land ownership, it's quite large. I think people are concerned about Article 4 of the Act for Ancestor Worship Guild. I think the wording is very difficult to understand. Basically, it says that any guilds built before the Act came into force, their successors should abide by related rules of their regulations. For those without any regulations, their successors should be the male offspring of the family. However, by the time this act comes into force, then basically men and women can be designated as successors in the guild. So that's the first point I would like to clarify. And as for the Article 4 of the Act, when it was drafted, basically we have very specific regulations to override the customary law. So when the law was first drafted, gender equality was a very big problem, and there were some criticisms about the guild infringing upon certain descendants' rights. That is why the law has changed the original practice of guilds established before the act came into force. Well, yesterday in my report, I said there are still 10 laws that are not yet compliant with CEDAW, and the act of Ancestor Worship Guild is one of them. And there have been discussions in the Legislative Yuan for several times, but the act has not been amended. So I think we will continue to communicate with the parliamentarians to see if we can accelerate the amendment of the act. Basically, the successor is not a successor to land, rather it's a successor to run and operate the guild. But traditionally, yes, it's the male offspring that will have to continue with the ancestor worship practice, because tradition believes that once a daughter is married, she's no longer a member of the original biological family. But of course, this is wrong to think that way. So now, we are talking about whether this act can apply retroactively to the guilds which were established, have been established before the act came into being. So we strive to make sure that there will be no gender-based discrimination in whatever legislation, so as to say compliant with the CEDAW.
So you didn't surprise us. You still have tasks to perform. Yes, Ms. Periaja.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask a follow-up question about this a statement that the Honorable Minister made a minute ago. Now, if I got it right, you said that that you would need more evidence to equalize legal aid between men and women. At least that's what I heard through the interpretation. And then my question is, why is that kind of evidence necessary in light of the fact that I mean, when women are less employed, they earn less and face domestic violence more than men. And so their greater need is even obvious. Their greater need is obvious. So what is the problem with equalizing access to legal aid under these circumstances? The need for more evidence is, that's what, if I understood it correctly, I'd like a little bit more clarification, please.
Please, Minister.
好，谢谢。好，谢谢。
Maybe I wasn't quite clear when I said that. In terms of our legal requirements, there are no discrimination or differentiation based on gender. What I was saying that is that Taiwan is already providing a wide range of legal aid for women. And maybe we need to gather more evidence to show that women have difficulty accessing legal aid. And then, of course, overall, women are economically weaker. Then that means we would presume that women, regardless of their means, test. Basically, we should provide legal aid to them anyway. But if we look at this way, we need to have more discussions because legal aid is provided to those who need it the most, and especially the vulnerable groups. For example, some indigenous peoples in some cases can receive more preferential treatment. So regardless of their economic or disposable income, indigenous people are entitled to legal aid. As for women, is it true that we have uneven distribution of legal resources, resulting in women's lack of access to legal aid? That's what I mean. We need to have more evidence to show that this is the case. If that's the case, we are willing to make improvements.
Thank you, Minister, for this clarification. So it's available, it's accessible, but maybe not made well use of while it is provided. Okay, Ruth, do you have any follow-up questions regarding? Okay, then we are just in time, even 3 minutes earlier than we are scheduled. So we'll have a 15 minutes break, and thank you very much for all the responses you gave us. And then if you think you can provide more information, for example, regarding climate change, you mentioned that there is a committee that deals with, etc. But we would welcome any further information if you want to. So this will close our discussion on Articles 13, 14, and 15. And then after break, we will deal with only one article, Article 16. And I understand that no further follow-up questions on other articles is possible. So thank you very much so far. And then let's meet again after 15 minutes break. Thank you. 谢谢。
好，接下来是我们的中场休息时间。那我们场内呢会进行换场的部分，请大家记得将您的物品随身携带。那我们的场外呢有准备的茶点，也欢迎大家可以自由取用。 好的，我们再一次提醒各位，因为我们场内要进行换场的动作，麻烦大家东西都要记得携带哦。那及在我们场外的部分，我们有准备茶点，那大家可以前往自由取用。那我们的下一场议程的时间呢，会在3:45的时候准时开始。感谢大家，谢谢。 好的，紧接着我们会来进行的是第5场次与政府机关之审查会议第16条，第16条即将要在3分钟之后正式的开始。那我们也邀请呢，我们来宾可以先尽速就座。待会我们会进行的是第16条的部分。怎么好像很多人都还没进来？啊？你这？不见了。那委员们要出来了吗？44分了耶。你可以问一下，刚刚说要开始了。他们走出来的时候，我要先就是提醒事项。正在走出来。45分了耶！好，我们在会议开始之前呢，有几点还是要再提醒各位一下。第一点呢，我们在回复委员的提问的时候呢，每一次以3分钟为限。那发言时间终止前30秒，我们会按铃提醒。那发言时间终止之后的15秒呢，我们会停止同步翻译。以及第二点呢，麻烦请各单位在发言的时候呢，请先说明您的机关组织的名称，还有您的名字。那最重要的是要举手让摄影。
So the housekeeping announcements are like before. Please identify your affiliation and your name before you speak. Please speak of truth, observations, and how implementation is conducted. Please refrain from reading directly from laws and regulations. Refrain from repeating what has been said in the reports, including parallel reports. Please also pay attention to your pace in order for simultaneous interpreting. If you need to read from any document, please submit a copy to the staff first. If you need to make submissions, please make 6 English copies, 2 Chinese copies, and deliver to our staff by the end of today's meeting. The latest due date is 9 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please deliver it at Sheraton. These are the housekeeping announcements. Just a moment.
好，那接下来的是
Professor Xin, you have the floor.
Session on having dialogue with the government delegation regarding Article 16. And Article 16 on marriage and family relations is very important for women's lives. So we would like to spend maybe for 45 minutes up to 1 hour, depending on questions and replies. We might have follow-up questions. So I will let Ms. Ruth Halperin-Kadari to raise questions regarding Article 16.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have quite a lot of issues concerning Article 16, but I first want to start by commending Taiwan for taking on board not only the previous recommendations, including raising the age of marriage, but also for engaging in the review of the family chapter of the Civil Code in light of general recommendations, which is really should be considered as best practice to other countries that want to take CEDAW seriously. And by that, in the review, you propose to eliminate the innocence requirement for alimony. And I'm aware that the amendment had not been approved yet by the Legislative Yuan, but it is really commendable that you reach this conclusion. But I will have some critique on the remaining text of that, and I'll get to that in a minute. But even before that, I want to make a suggestion that is also related to issues that were discussed yesterday with respect to violence against women, sexual violence against, gender-based violence against women, whether it is sexual violence or domestic violence. And that is, have you considered ratifying what's known as the Istanbul Convention, the Council of Europe Convention on combating violence against women and domestic violence? And my colleague here, Ms. Ajar, was very prominent in formulating this convention and advancing it. It is open to all countries, regardless of whether they belong to the Council of Europe, or not. And it is considered to be the gold standard in what a government has to do in order to combat gender-based violence against women. And some of the issues that we raised yesterday, today, some of the issues that I will raise now are actually contained in the Istanbul Convention. So we believe it would be a very, very good step forward for you to consider ratifying it. So I'll start with the extremely fascinating but worrisome framework of non-judicial mutual consent divorce. I say it is a very unusual system, and I say it is as an expert in family law and in comparative family law. I don't recall encountering such a system of what can be termed as administrative divorce, if I understand correctly, without any judicial oversight at all. In other words, it's not just that the couples can agree or should achieve an agreement out of court and then be ratified, and then the agreement can be ratified by court. I understand that they agree on whatever they agree on, and they just register it, and there's absolutely no judicial oversight or overview, even when children are included in that agreement. And this is the unusual part, and this is the very concerning part on my behalf, because experience shows that in light of prevalent disparate power relations between men and women, usually to the detriment of women. Sadly, very often women make concessions, and these concessions can actually be on account of, to the detriment of the children. And if we really want to safeguard the best interest of the child, there must be judicial overview and oversight over such agreements. And I was also concerned about your words in the replies, saying that you adopt the standpoint of equality between husband and wife, emphasizing the principle of autonomy. But again, we know very well that too often these words are empty words when it comes to separation and divorce, especially when there are children involved. I would like to hear your viewpoint on this critique. Now, moving on to marital property regime and alimony. I appreciate the research project that you mentioned that was commissioned by the Ministry of Justice in 2021, following that year's amendment to Article 1030 of the Civil Code. But I would very much like to know what are the outcomes of this research, because this amendment, again, really worries me. In my understanding, it goes, in fact, in direct opposition, in direct opposite direction from General Recommendation 29, because in our General Recommendation 29, the guiding principle should be that both spouses be on the same par with respect to their economic well-being and their economic capabilities and prospective capabilities, regardless of decisions that they may have taken during their marital life, decisions which usually, and we've seen throughout yesterday and today's dialogue, that Taiwan is no exception to the usual division of labor, gendered division of labor between men and women, when women devote most of their working time to unpaid labor and unpaid work in the house and care work, taking care of children and of the elderly, and men work for gain, for profit outside the home. And that obviously puts them in a completely different position when they separate, when they come to divorce. But in your new amendment, what you actually included now.
Would you please speak directly into the mic?
Oh, sorry. Is that you use the word honoring the cooperation and contribution to the marriage, securing the inferior party to have minimal financial protection at the termination of the matrimonial property. These are words that do not acknowledge the right of the woman to half of the property that was accumulated during marriage. These are words that show like a favor to the woman, and it's not what we meant in General Recommendation 29. And furthermore, you also include the element of where if a distribution is unfair due to one of the spouses giving no contribution or collaboration to the marriage or other reasons. And this is very open to abuse of the discretion of the court, because it really calls for men to try and prove that the woman had no contribution to the property, to the family property. And again, these conditions, these elements are not in line with General Recommendation 29, and I urge you to look further into your laws. And even the amendment about the alimony and these are two different things, right? The distribution of property is one thing, and then the alimony, post-divorce support, spousal support is a different remedy. And you change that, or you propose to change that to take out the innocence element, but the rest of the law is very problematic also. First of all, alimony is to be awarded only in cases that the party in need is reduced to difficulties in livelihood, and this is very narrow circumstances. It's a very low threshold to receive alimony. And then you also left some very concerning words there in your amendment, because you say that the holder, the alimony can be mitigated or totally revoked if the holder of the right to alimony has intentionally maltreated, insulted, or committed severe misconduct physically and spiritually against the obligators of alimony, or just for unfairness of the obligator of alimony. Again, this is prone to abuse by usually men who want to get out of their obligations, of their monetary obligations. Other issues that I have on Article 16. One relatively minor question is the concept of illegitimate children, or I think maybe you call them in the legislation out of wedlock children born out of wedlock. I just find it difficult to understand why you do not think of removing this concept from your legislation. It is, again, it is not CEDAW compliant. I'm not sure if it's part of those 10 laws that you acknowledge to still exist. It should be included in among the legislation which is not CEDAW compliant. With respect to child custody, what I wasn't able to fully understand is whether domestic violence is taken into consideration when court has to decide on the custody of children. And by the way, I asked in the list of issues to know the ratio of how many divorces are being conducted by mutual agreement out of court and how many divorces are in fact adjudicated in court. I got the answer from alternative sources saying, based on apparently governmental data, that 85% of all divorces are out-of-court divorces. And I emphasize these include cases where children, where couples divorce with children, so they also agree on child custody and child support, and there is actually no way of knowing whether interests of children are in fact safeguarded or not. But with respect to those divorces that are adjudicated and the custody and child support is being litigated, I did not receive a clear answer whether allegations or circumstances of domestic violence must be taken into consideration or not. There's conflicting answers. In some place, you refer to domestic violence incidents in general that court has to consider, but then in another place you say that if it's only domestic violence between the spouses, namely not violence that is directed toward the child, but only between the spouses, then it's a different matter. But again, we know very well, and it is CEDAW's position, and it is the Istanbul Convention's position, that any instance of violence, including when the violence is directed only toward the mother, this affects the children. Children exposed to partners' violence are victims of violence. Even sometimes it's even more severe than when violence is directed towards them. It's not just that they're exposed to violence, they are victims of violence, and this must be taken into consideration. And I'm concerned, receiving some input from alternative sources, that courts are not sensitized enough with respect to the phenomena that that is known to be parental alienation, when abusive men, abusive husbands or fathers, turn around the allegations of domestic violence and claim that these allegations are false allegations. And if the mother claims that she is a victim of domestic violence or that the child has been abused, then she is being accused to fabricating these allegations, and she's being accused as an unfriendly parent or an alienating parent, risking loss of custody of the child. So I understand that this phenomena is also taking place in Taiwan, and courts are not sensitized to that. And you should consider including this also in training courses. Last point that I want to raise is with respect to de facto relations. I found it very interesting that you said that there are studies in sociology of law that call to distinguish between those couples who live together without marriage and do not want to be considered as de facto partners. They live together and do not get married because they don't want any of the regulation of divorce of marriage to cover them, to address them. So the studies show that you have to differentiate. To differentiate between those who want to remain cohabitants and not be considered as de facto married, and those that may actually need the coverage of these rules of marriage. So my question is, first of all, how can you distinguish between them? And is it correct that the Domestic Violence Protection Act addresses all cohabitants, those that live together, whether they're married or not married? But what about the other benefits and rights? In particular, is the regime of distribution of property, does it apply to de facto couples if courts have reached the conclusion that they should be regarded as de facto? So does it apply to them or not? This is also addressed in GR 29. So I'll stop here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your many questions. I give the floor to Minister Law.
谢谢 Ruth 委员的提问。
Thank you, Professor Ru's question. On Article 6, family and women, some are related to the law, the regulatory framework, including our divorce system, including the distribution of property, as well as the claim for alimony. Also, whether or not the notion of illegitimate children is appropriate. I will ask the MOJ to respond. Last question is about the de facto relationship. According to the Domestic Violence Prevention Act, yes, it applies to cohabiting partners, but our relative law does not yet recognize cohabitants as spouses in a marriage. In other words, if the two parties are separate or file for divorce, whether or not they are entitled to the same protection as divorcing spouses or couples. I think the MOJ can address that question. As for whether or not domestic violence is taken into account by the court when deciding child custody, I will ask the Judicial Yuan to respond, because the report is not so, the written report is not very clear to the commissioners. So I speak for the MOJ on the so-called out-of-court divorce, that is divorce by agreement. In terms of the data, in the year 2021, according to the MOJ's statistics, in 2021, 47,880 couples divorced. 85.76% of them had divorce by agreement. 5.82% are judicial divorce, and the others are intermediated by the court, or they have a settlement and divorce. So in terms of divorce by agreement, even I know that in foreign countries, even it's divorce by agreement, it still need to be ratified by a judicial procedure. But in our country, we tend to be more liberal when it comes to divorce by agreement. And of course, we can amend the law in the future. As for underage minors, whether or not they may be impacted by divorce by agreement, according to our civil code, there are some provisions as to the support of children in a divorced couple. For example, if there is any neglect in supporting children, there will be penalties. As for or not, we need to amend the law to make sure the protection for underage children will be better protected in the event of a divorce. Now, on alimony, we have a draft in the Legislative Yuan for the Alimony Act. For example, if one party is devoted to the family, however, the contribution economically is not calculated in divorce proceedings. In fact, we have a commissioned study which look into the situation. Alimony used to be an extension of the spousal support. But then legislators and civil groups recommended that the economic compensation for the labor devoted to the family should also be counted. So we are going to evaluate whether this will be incorporated into our draft. On illegitimate children, well, the term may seem discriminatory. However, when the law was written, the purpose is not to discriminate against certain groups of children. Rather, we want to be more clear about who the father is, who the mother is. So if the child is directly related to the mother, of course, there's no question about the motherhood. But if it takes the father to recognize or acknowledge the fatherhood, then we will use the term to refer to these kids. And of course, if necessary, we can change the overall regulatory framework as well as the terms we use. On child custody, in our replies, if there's an incidence of domestic violence, then it will, how will that be taken into account by the court? We will ask the judicial yuan to reply. As for whether or not we need to have a separate system for de facto cohabitants, I think more studies are needed. And you say that maybe some people don't want to be confined by these marriage laws. We need to conduct more studies to understand why these people would have such ideas. Judicial Yuan, please. Thank you for the questions. You asked about protection order according to the Domestic Violence Prevention Act. The court will issue protection order if the best interest of underage children is at stake. In fact, in the Domestic Violence Prevention Act, in Chapter 4, there's it's a dedicated special chapter on the benefits and rights of children and parents in the event of domestic violence. Aside from providing protection and shelter for survivors of domestic violence, we also need to help children who witness domestic violence. And I think these are all concerns of the Domestic Violence Prevention Act. And of course, the Enforcement Act of CEDAW, as well as the Enforcement Act of the CRC, are also concerned about these issues. Article 14 of the Domestic Violence Prevention Act, in particular, says after the issuance of protection order, the court should also assess who will be in the position to take care of minor children. At the same time, the court needs to assess and evaluate whether the perpetrator can meet the children under supervision, or it is not appropriate to allow the perpetrator to meet the child. Because in the best interest of the child, how do we maintain the relationship between the child with a non-cohabiting parent? Well, regular visits is one way. However, I think our professional social workers at the domestic violence service centers will help to produce assessment. If it's not appropriate, the social worker will recommend to the court that the perpetrator should not meet the child. Again, in Chapter 4 of Domestic Violence Prevention Act, in the event of the issuance of protection order, the perpetrator basically is presumed to be inadequate to have custody of the child.
And there's another principle, parents in good faith. It's in Civil Codes 1055. So parents with good faith means that without incidents of domestic violence or after evaluation, a party who is living with the children doesn't provide a good faith visitation or meeting opportunities for the other party. Well, say if the child lives with the mother and after evaluation, the child needs to maintain relationship with the father who doesn't live together, but the mom blocks such meetings. If such behavior is evaluated to be inappropriate, then the mom will be considered to be a parent that is not in good faith, and that may be used by the court as a factor when it decides custody. So for each cases, it has to go into the details. For example, the domestic violence prevention service and social workers and the family affairs investigators and the guardian ad litem and so on. They will all provide their opinions to the court. So these are not contradictory. Thank you for your responses. I would also like to say something. So the question on non-judicial mutual consent divorce, it was considered to be unusual by the RC members, and it was explained by our colleague that 85.76% are such mutual consent divorces, and 5% go into the courts, and the rest receive court order, mediation, or reconciliation. Yes, this is a system that is worth more discussions. Divorce can be decided quite arbitrarily, but does that mean that such freedom could be abused, especially in a power imbalance? It is possible, even though we don't have some evidence-based observations to prove that yet. We would like to make a breakthrough by collecting more information first to inform possible legal reforms. Well, as I said earlier, most of the divorces now is mutual consent divorce if two of them can agree and they have two witnesses and they privately agree how to arrange their property, then they can go to the household administration authority. As long as the divorce is registered, the marriage is dissolved. So the household administration authority would have a copy of the divorce paper. And since the household authority has so many divorce papers or agreements, we would like to find out how many of the parties have made arrangements on property distribution, how many of them have made arrangements for alimony. That's something we would like to know because these are two different matters. If there are children involved, how do they agree on custody? Is it a higher percentage for the father to have the custody or the mothers? I think they have a really good data source, but it will be very difficult to analyze because such data or such papers are hard copies. These hard copies exist in various household administration authorities. Privacy is another issue, so to conduct such analysis may be challenging. I just want to point this out. Your observation is right that people in Taiwan can quite easily decide they want to divorce. However, such convenience may be a detrimental system and lead to consequent problems, for example, including economic hardship after the dissolution of marriage. So after the third international review, we have been thinking about how to make some breakthroughs. At least I personally agree with Professor Ruth Kadari. The governments need to intervene in order to make sure that the best interest of the child is guaranteed. I think the MOJ or other competent authorities can think about it. As for the influence of domestic violence on duties and rights. Istanbul Convention was mentioned. We will think about that. Maybe we can ratify this convention by using an enforcement act, or maybe we can use the treaty act in Taiwan to recognize Istanbul Convention. There could be different approaches to change the current law, but it is our common goal to stop any forms of violence, including domestic violence. The marital system indeed shows that there are several fundamental problems, and many of these problems come from the mutual consent divorce. This kind of divorce brings problems on the distribution of rights and obligations. So we have to be discreet and careful in evaluating what's the best way forward, because the current system has been institutionalized for a very long time. So the preference is that the husband and wife can, between themselves, decide what their rights and obligations are. For the cases that enter the courts, the judges don't make the judgment right away. The judge will order mediation first. Of course, there are pros and cons. Without government intervention, without informing the parties of their rights, one party may sacrifice or compromise in order to divorce. Yes, indeed, it happened in some cases. It's a good reminder that we may need to revise the system. So I suggest that Ministry of Justice bring this observation and recommendation back. But it will be a significant task if we want to change the system, because it may influence or affect the marital system, the marital relations in Taiwan. So any change has to be based on good research. But I think Professor Ruth Halperin Kadari made good points. Those points are valid and reasonable. But how do we implement such observations or changes under the CEDAW? It may take some time. But thank you very much for your observations to improve gender equality in marriage. Thank you.
Much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Minister Loh. I'm very hopeful that this will indeed be taken on board. For purposes of our concluding observations, I need a few minor clarifications. And one issue that I neglected to mention, and I did receive answers to most of my, or clarifications to most of my concerns, and I really appreciate that both from the Ministry of Justice and the other respondents. I did not raise the issue of pensions, and I understand that there is a problem there with the distinction between those, and I will speak in a gendered manner because this is the usual circumstances in Taiwan as elsewhere. When a woman married to a man who is military or public or educational personnel, then she could be entitled to her share in his pension. But if she is unfortunately divorcing somebody under the labor category, then there is no option under the law of sharing the pension. I need clarification on that. If that is the situation, it is problematic. And again, going back to General Recommendation 29, the system that we provided in the General Recommendation is to regard all future earnings, whether it is future salary, earning capacity, as well as pensions, regard all of them as assets that have been accumulated during marriage or during the life together and should be equally distributed between both partners. And I don't think that your system is indeed in line with our general recommendation. So this with respect to matrimonial property. Going back to child custody issues, thank you. So now I understand that the Domestic Violence Protection Act is in fact the act that also covers questions of child custody. But I need clarification whether when court is instructed to take into consideration domestic violence, whether it includes all kinds of domestic violence against the child, against the other parent, or perhaps against other family members, other children, or maybe grandparents. Is the court instructed to take into consideration all types of domestic violence? And secondly, as you mentioned, the concept of parent in good faith. Parent in good faith, and the representative from the Ministry of Justice explained that if one parent, let's say usually the mother, blocks visitation from the other parent, then she will be regarded as not a parent in good faith, and there could be transfer of custody. But that's precisely the situation that I referred to as possibly, and again, we know this from other countries, this is very much the reality, possibly her reason for blocking the visitation is because of the violence of the other parent, because the other parent is an abusive father, and this was not recognized by welfare officer or by the court. And she is trying to protect the child. So it's not that she's a parent not in good faith. She is a protective mother, but she risks losing custody of the child and transferring the child to the abusive parent. So I go back to training, and I propose that this whole subject should be one which is which the judiciary and the trainers and everybody who instructs welfare officers, etc., should become much more aware of the risks in this arena. Thank you.
好，谢谢。
Thank you, Professor Ruth. Questions. First, I can respond very briefly about domestic violence and its relationship with child custody. Whether or not the divorce party, the divorcing spouse, can claim on the other party's pension, yes, we do have different systems. In the past, we have changed the civil servants, political appointees, and public school teachers, military personnel. For these groups, basically, we have changed the law so that the divorcing spouse can, according to law, ask to claim the other party's pension. But as you said, if the other party is a worker in the private sector, teacher in a private school, or an employee at a state-run enterprises, then they have a different system. Their pension scheme has not been changed. We already have some study reports. There's also interagency discussion. Generally, we aim to harmonize different pension schemes. I believe if we can have successful pension reform, I would like to thank former legislator Ms. You Mei-nu, who is also here, for her support and promotion. Next, we are going to reform the private pension schemes. So that will be another issue we have to address. Of course, we can talk about what kind of legislative procedures we can take, what should be our priorities. We are still discussing these matters. There's some proposal saying that we should have a special law to deal with this issue. Some say we should handle this matter within the existing civil code or family matters, the civil code or the Family Matters Act. So there are different approaches that have been proposed. We are still discussing how we can harmonize the pension schemes for different groups. So next, I would like to ask the MOJ and the Judicial Yuan to provide additional information. Thank you, Professor Ruth, for your question about the parents acting in good faith or bad faith and how the court takes that into account. Yes, if this is a abused mother, then the children's meeting with the perpetrator, the abusive father, of course, the mother would have concerns about such visits. Therefore, in Article 1055 of the Civil Code, we have added this good faith parent principle because there have been such cases where children are prevented from meeting one of the parents. But how do we evaluate whether such meetings or visits would harm the children? As the mother in the case we just described would be concerned, the abusive father may have bad influence on children's development. So the information must be made available to the court, and the court can ask a social worker to perform site visits. We also have family matter investigators at the disposal of the court who can help collect data. And there are cases in which during the preceding stage, the litigation stage, one party would accuse the other party of abusing children or sexually assaulting children. So these are all very serious topics. The Civil Code as well as the Domestic Violence Prevention Act both have to address these issues. At the court, we, of course, rely heavily on experts on social work and NGOs to help us provide their assessments. If necessary, we can also ask relevant institutions to perform a formal investigation and assessment to determine what kind of environment will be in the best interest of the minor children. it has to be free from domestic violence, of course. The MOJ speaking. Yes, as we just heard from the Judicial Yuan, the Civil Code, Article 1055, also says that the court must take into account all conditions pertaining to the best interest of the child when making decisions. The parents acting in good faith principle basically wants to prevent that the sour relationship between this couple will not harm the interest of children. In the case we just heard, if the mother is preventing such visits because she's concerned, then I don't think it is acting in bad faith.
We still have some time available, so let me ask one additional question under Article 16, which relates to the new immigrants. I know that your various support and help for the new immigrants who come mostly from Southeast Asia to marry Taiwanese men mostly. I know that you have a system to support them in terms of visa, residency, settling down, understand Taiwanese culture, etc. But Article 16 says that there should be a guarantee of equal rights in marriage and family relations. And I suppose that the position of new women from these other countries come as a spouse of a Taiwanese men. Of course, they are in more disadvantageous situation to claim her right, equal right. First, because they might not know that they have the same right, and then they are not very well aware of what kind of legal system that she can claim. And then there might be, because your divorces are mostly by consensus, not through the court proceedings, so there might be not clear data or information how these couples married between Taiwan men and then foreign women who are new immigrant end up. And some of them might go back to their own country, whether it's Vietnam or Thailand or other countries. And so my question is, do you collect information regarding how their equal rights in marriage and family relations are guaranteed, and what kind of program, what kind of system do you have to provide them? Or do you have a system of educating Taiwanese men and the family members, in-laws, to treat, with equal respect and learn their culture, the other women's country's culture, etc. So, if you can provide any further information, this question was not raised. But I know that there are women who come in large numbers to Taiwan to marry and then start a new life. And then there are differences in terms of power, age, etc. So there should be more support and then guarantees of their equal right in marriage too. So any information that you can provide to us, that would be helpful. Thank you. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for your concern about new immigrants. Especially, we have a diverse society. The number of new immigrants is now even on par with the number of indigenous peoples. So for the number of foreign spouses, has been rising. So they are definitely a group we have to be concerned about. And you said that the rise and equality in marriage and families, especially if there is a divorce, the National Immigration Agency in charge of this matter does not have a representative here. I'm not sure if they have the data you asked for, or I would say there's no effective statistics in place to keep track of the number of immigrants from Southeast Asia marrying Taiwanese men, and if they get divorced, what happens to them, including child custody and property distribution. So we need to work harder in collecting more data and evidence. So I think what you said is definitely very well informed guess that is foreign spouses in these marriages may face disparity or disadvantage in power, especially in the event of a divorce. They may even face more disadvantageous situations. But we don't have statistics in hand. But even if there's household registration data, the privacy and personal data protection can cause a problem. So maybe we need to use other means to systematically capture the situation of divorced new immigrants. I will ask the National Immigration Agency to collect more data in this area to see how many of them have had judicial divorce or administrative divorce or divorce by agreement. In particular, their economic conditions after the divorce may be difficult to get to, but it's necessary to collect such data because even if it's a judicial divorce, if there's some agreement on property distribution, has these agreements been honored? So I think we need to know the situation on the ground. If the party does not get the payment or alimony as agreed upon in the agreement, then that is definitely unfair. So we need to gather more data and statistics to see the whole picture of the new immigrants. I think this also goes back to what Professor Ruth said in the previous session, that Taiwan's judicial system tends to be to refrain from being involved in divorce cases. As a result, we have such technical difficulties in collecting data. So once again, thank you for the question.
If I can just give you some examples that needs to be studied more in Taiwan, because Korea is very similar in terms of so-called intercultural marriage between Korean men and then women from Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, Uzbekistan, you can name it. And then many cases, there are cases that women run away because of all the difficulties and then sometimes violence. And then she might just go back with or without children. The child, in case she goes back with a child, the child has Korean nationality. But then back in, for example, Vietnam, she might have difficulty in starting a new life. And then sometimes the legal document is not really resolved, in case she just goes back, yeah, whether run away or be what can I say? The husband just chases the woman away from home, you know. So there can be many difficulties, and then the child might have problem even registering, even enrolling into the elementary school when he or she is about to. So we see many lacuna, many vacuum in terms of policy and legal measures, as well as the woman with or without child back in her original country to start a new life because of stigma, you know, towards her, and then discrimination. So I think there is a need to look into this area, whether you have, you know, legal system and policy-wise the measures to meet the needs of this woman. Of course, once she's back to her original country, she's no longer might not be, but in case when there is a child involved, it's a complicated matter. So I just warning you that, and I'm happy that you acknowledge the need to look into this matter in more detail in the future. Thank you very much. Yeah. Is there any further questions? No? Then I think we can close this dialogue. In total, we have covered this afternoon from Articles 13 to 16. And thank you again very much to Minister Law, as well as other members of the Executive Yuan and then Judicial Yuan, as well as from other agencies, other ministries. So thank you very much for your very honest and frank replies, and that was a very constructive dialogue that we think, yes. So from now on, we will have a session, a meeting with the NGOs again. So I hope that NGOs can come forward. Yes, you want to say something? Thank you, Minister.
好，我代表台。
On behalf of the Taiwanese government, I would like to thank you again for coming to Taiwan and performing the 4th international review of our reports. As Professor Xin and other committee members know, you are being also very honest in pointing out where we can make improvements and what best practices we can refer to. These are very inspiring comments. This is a journey that never ends. No matter what we do, we can never reach perfection, but this is our common goal to continue make things better. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the ROC members for reading thoroughly the national reports and for raising some sharp questions and pointing out where we should make improvements. With your new concluding observations and recommendations, I believe that we will move on this journey to reach gender equality. Thank you. And I also want to thank my colleague from government. Thank you. A round of applause to all the government delegates and to the CEDAW IRC members too. We will move on to the meeting with NGO. There will be no break now, so please take your seat swiftly. We will continue with the session between the IRC and the NGOs.
好，因为我们会继续接续着第4场与非政府组织的会。
We will proceed with the 4th meeting with the NGO. There will be no break. So I would like to ask all the NGO representatives to come to the front rows.
Yeah, 好，那我们赶快邀请到非政府组织单位，我们可以往前这边入座。那政府机关单位可以往后方的位。
We invite NGO representatives to sit in the front rows, and government delegates, if you may, please move to the back of the room.
“好，那我们准备要开始喽。那还没有入座的，赶快，我们赶快入座。好，那接下来我们进行的方式也是会以委员主席来问问题，那请各单位来做回答。那麻烦。
Okay, the RC members will raise questions. When NGO representatives respond, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Please identify yourself before you speak.
Okay, we have 1 hour approximately, and let's target that we finish by 6. I think we have somewhat enough time to deal with 4 articles, and then if time allows, whatever issue that you want to raise regarding other articles, which we didn't have time to raise with the government. So let's start with Article 13. And if anybody wants to ask questions to NGOs, otherwise I'll ask to the NGO representative if anybody wants to raise any further concerns regarding Article 13. Let me see whether, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 5. So in the order of raising your hand, you can go first.
Hello, I'm from the National Parents Association. Sports. I want to protest because next year there will be the national high school sports event, and the government will allow transgender athletes to join. In North Carolina, in the United States, there was a volleyball game. A male to female transgender athlete hit the ball. The ball was so fast as 79 miles per hour and hurt another female athlete. She was in concussion for 2 weeks. My children play badminton, and in high school, if you perform well enough, you can advance to this national game. So if transgender students are allowed to join sports events with women's rights, or female students' rights, athletes will be damaged. So before there are any complementary measures, I think we should not allow transgender students to join such high school games.
You are not suggesting that the government should create another category that transgender children or person can compete, but rather you are objecting to include these transgender persons or women to be included in women's competition. Okay, who was from this side? Yes, two of you. One after another, please.
我是台湾通信的互助协会。
Hi, we've been talking about the rights of placed girls or young women. During COVID-19, they are not allowed to leave the placement organizations, not even doing some exercises in the playground. But for females who had trauma, they tend to rely a lot of psychotics and medicine, but exercise sometimes enough can help them recover very well. If they cannot exercise, it influences their learning because many young girls take too much psychotics medicine. It harms their ability to learn. And sports or competitive sports is not encouraged in placement organizations. There aren't even devices or facilities.
And then you.
Hi, I'm from the Flying Goose Association from Tainan. I want to speak about economic opportunities. There's the cultural and innovation loan that can be provided to women as old as 45 years old. But I would like to suggest this maximum to be extended to beyond 45, even to 65, because cultural and innovative industries are different. There are crafts, performing an art, and it needs more time. It's different from other micro startups. They need to design the markets. They need more promotion time. So the extension of the loan can provide middle-aged or older women more opportunities.
And then you first, and then you.
委员好。
Hi, we're from a AIDS-related association for children. I would like to suggest that maybe we can change the men's group to the open group or the all gender group, and the female group can remain as female group. It has something to do with encouraging people to do more supports. People like to receive an award. And if we know that the people who play or the player who stand in the front will never be the female, it's going to damage female athletes' will to be part of the games.
Taiwan Religion Association. I know that the divorce by agreement, well, this is a very thorny issue. It's difficult to change the current practice. Therefore, my recommendation is if there is a divorce by agreement, the local government, aside from recognizing the divorce, should also produce a questionnaire which should be compliant with the spirit of CEDAW, so that some data can be collected from the divorced couples. And we know we don't need to change the current law. Secondly, on the divorce between two laborers and the property distribution issue, I think when they first get married, they can make a deposit as a sort of marriage insurance fund, and they keep paying to this fund. And then at the end of their marriage, the government didn't need to involve. They can have this money.
regarding Article 16. So I will not give you again a chance to speak when we deal with Article 16. Okay? Yeah. And then you. We are dealing with Article 13. Yeah.
国际的少人权促进会。
So again, I'm an association for children's rights. Again, on the right to join sports activities, I believe that the biological structure between men and women is different. Therefore, more efforts should be made to promote women's participation in sports and athletics. Right now, we don't have as many national teams for women's sports as in male national sports teams. So it's really difficult to promote women's participation in sports. For example, we don't have the rugby national team, female rugby team. We only have amateur teams to play rugby. So I think government must provide more data on national teams consisting of female athletes.
Now? Yes, let's do it. Let's see how many. 2, 3. Yeah, and then do you want to pose any question, Esther, or? Okay, so you go first, and 2, 3. Yes.
Awakening Foundation. One of the questions was the labor shortage in farming and fishing villages. In those villages, we rely on migrant workers. Marriage immigration. Yes, we have a lot of immigrants from Southeast Asia, and we also have many undocumented migrant workers. As undocumented migrant workers, they don't have access to labor security or health care benefits. Of course, behind this is some structural problems. However, our farming villages does suffer from labor shortage. Why do we need so many undocumented migrant workers in those villages? It's because we need cheap labor. However, most of them are women. If we are talking about marriage immigration, their participation in farming activities and household work is tremendous and significant, but they do not have the chance to become a member of Farmers Association because they may not yet have Taiwan's citizenship. So there will be a gap time-wise. For example, she has to wait for 4 years before she can get Taiwan's citizenship. So please pay attention to this issue.
Hi, the Environmental Rights Foundation. So first of all, I want to thank the panel for bringing up the issue on climate change and clean energy. It's really important. Now, under Taiwan's current legal framework, if a concerned citizen or a public interest group have concerns over a particular regulation or plan or program concerning climate change, there is no way for that citizen or that group to challenge the regulation or plan in court. It's just how the legal system is set up. So to be more specific, under the 2050 net zero goal, so say the government, their plan, they will announce the 5-year carbon reduction targets as well as carbon tax policies soon. Now, if a group of concerned indigenous women, they feel like that 5-year targets and plans fall short of the 2050 net zero goal, there is no way they can bring that regulation or plan to court. So all the tool we have right now as a member of civil society is advocacy or public mobilization or protest. So what we're doing is, we hope this committee will recommend the government to support a provision of a law. The law is currently being discussed at the Legislative Yuan. And we are advocating for a provision to allow for citizen lawsuit or public interest litigation in the context of climate change. I hope this would be included in the recommendations. And can I have 1 more minute, because I also want to respond to clean energy. So there was one thing that is factually incorrect from the government. The Council of Agriculture responded, and they said that there are a number of series in the rural areas to provide women in rural areas with affordable clean energy, right? And they said that building solar panels on fish farms are self-sufficient, but that is not true. What's happening right now on the ground is that fishers, they lease land to developers who will then build solar panels and sell their clean energy to corporations or electricity companies. So that clean energy does not go back to the fish farm itself. So that's a whole new matter. We don't have time to go into details. But having said that, I have to emphasize that renewable energy developments are causing a lot of controversy in the rural areas in Taiwan because it has enormous impact on the traditional ways of life. So we urge this committee to recommend that the government put more resources to facilitate meaningful stakeholder communication and a just transition. Thank you so much.
Well, not only in Taiwan, but in other countries also.
Totally.
Yeah. So I don't know whether you have submitted your opinion on this climate change and clean energy.
Climate change, yes, but not the clean energy. It was brought up today.
Yeah. Can you give us written?
Yeah, for sure.
Submission?
Thank you.
Thank you. By the end of today.
Okay, got it.
Or at least by early tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Environmental Court Foundation, speaking for the first time. The Council of Agriculture says that climate change has a huge impact on Taiwan's agriculture, but he didn't say anything about mitigation or adaptation. I think we need to have a comprehensive mechanism to come up with adaptation. However, when it comes to disaster prevention policy making, women did not really have a chance to take part in that. I think the government should, through legal guarantee, make sure that women should be taken into account when formulating such climate change response plans, because women may be highly exposed to potential risks of climate change and disasters. So the government should formulate human rights-centered adaptation strategies.
Please.
Where I speak for the National Women's Group Association on Article 14. How do we make sure that women in rural area would have access to medical resources? In 2018, there's a program to provide counseling for physicians. There's a program to provide counseling for high-risk pregnant women in rural areas. This morning, we heard from an NGO, the pregnant women death rate seems to be rising in the past 2 years. So whether or not we have the right mechanism to provide support for these women in rural areas should be our concern.
Any other NGOs who want to address issues under Article 14? Otherwise, we go to Article 15, equality before law. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 NGO representative. Okay, you can go first, and then next, and then next, and then next.
Awakening Foundation speaking. Whether or not women have access to legal aid services, Professor Ruth asked, divorced women or abused women, do they have access to it? According to our law, yes, the household's disposable asset and income has to be investigated. The legal aid system does provide some structurally vulnerable groups. For example, labor litigation, the indigenous people's litigation, that legal aid will be provided regardless of means test. So women organizations have been trying to persuade the judicial yuan that for family matter litigations, legal aid should be provided regardless of income, but they would not. I think it's a pity.
另外那个 Ruth has some additional points.
So just to clarify, because they said that when it comes to family matters, especially for survivors of domestic violence, they do not take into consideration the whole of the family income as a whole. They deduct the part of the husband and they only look at the assets and the capability of the woman. So is that not true?
那个
The abused women, services for them, basically they will have to consider whether they meet the criteria for a family in special conditions. So it is not a permanent provision. On legal aid and the household income, yes, the perpetrator's income will be excluded. That is correct. But basically, the abused person's income still will be taken into account. I'm not talking about subsidies. I'm talking about legal aid. I think you just misheard the question. We're talking about free legal aid. Yes, the household asset, the criteria still applies.
Sitting next behind her.
Modern Women Foundation. Now, the security arrangement or safety arrangement for abused women in proceedings in the courts. For example, in addition, a breastfeeding room or child care facilities in the courthouse, there is room for improvement. In fact, even for the judges, they don't have so-called accessible hallway or passage. So I think in terms of facilities, there should be safe passage or accessible passage, and childcare facilities or breastfeeding rooms. They should all be provided at the courts. So the judicial yuan staff should assess a different cases situation to make necessary arrangements.
Are you from the same organization or not? Okay, then you go first and then
CEDAW.
This is from Judicial Reform Foundation. On the gender awareness among judicial personnel, well, the government said that they provide training, but in reality, we do see that in sexual harassment cases, sometimes the judges do not consider the power balance or imbalance or the context in the case. So we think that having the training is the basics, but sometimes it may not be effective enough to change how the judges make the verdicts. Maybe in the first instance, the sexual harassment didn't make the case. And in the second instance, some experts are asked to provide expert witnesses, and then the verdict is given. So I think we need a systematic way to review these kind of cases.
Practicing lawyer. So I want to emphasize that the current review process to assessing financial need, calculate the financial ability of the household, sometimes it doesn't make sense. Even though they already exclude those domestic violence victims for example, if I have some cases that if I am raped, but I don't dare to tell my family what happened, I still have to count my family income, but I can't use that money to seek help for a lawyer. So women are usually not valued as much as men does. So they have to find support from their from their own money, but the income ability test still count the whole household thing. That is not reasonable. So that's the first. And then I want to emphasize that the gap between urban and rural areas, as well as the ethnicity, is also a large problem. I'm a lawyer from Taoyuan city, so have been collaborating with an indigenous women's organization and immigrants organizations. Many indigenous people, in Taoyuan, they live not in the urban areas, and they have to take 1.5 hours to go to the Legal Aid Foundation because it's in central Taoyuan. So that is a problem. And also some people, I doubt they even know they have this legal support to seek. For example, in city government, we have free public legal consultation. And also in immigrant center, it's always crowded in the city government, but always empty in immigrant center. So I really don't think they can seek help here. They don't even know it. They don't even have an interpreter in court. They have to ask friends to help them to interpret. So the government really should improve this. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is mobile clinic, but there is no mobile legal aid, whatever services. Yeah. Okay.
They do have it maybe once a month to provide free legal consultation in these places, but it's not that available as in central cities.
Thank you. Yeah. And then the person in the front, do you want to speak? Yes. After her, you can go. Yeah, after.
各位好，我是台北市。
Hi, I'm from the Taipei City Rescue Women Foundation. I want to talk about judicial personnel and protection and orders. It seems that in the government reports, usually the parties want such protection orders to protect their rights and safety, but maybe there are too few judges. So sometimes the average day to issue the order is 55.6 days. So to review a usual protection order case, it takes that long. So it is possible that it goes to 100 days for the review. Sometimes the temporary protection order could be issued. Sometimes such a temporary order cannot be issued. Then the safety of the woman is severely hampered. In the national reports, it is mentioned that there's a control on the number of judges. We know that family court judges work very hard, so they have to take in family cases, divorce cases, a lot of pressure on the judges, and they do not have enough head counts. And that's why there's a delay of the issuance of protection orders.
Now,
台湾张女士。
I'm from a women's association for women with disabilities. When it comes to law, yes, there is a legal service for people with disabilities. But was a woman with a hearing impairment, and in a divorce case or custody case, and when the courts want to notify her of something, the courts make a telephone call to this woman without considering her disability and other possible ways of communication. Dear ROC members, I am from the Association for Children and Women. I'm not sure what I want to say is under which article, but I want to talk about amendment and how amendment impacts women's rights. A proposal was passed. Well, on the criteria to change gender registration, but we think that such a verdict in the court make a big impact on the software and hardware of the society in Taiwan. So our association made a survey. We collected 10,000 responses, and the outcomes show that people are very concerned about changing the gender markers without surgery. So we want to ask the government to organize public hearings. Please do not make policies behind closed doors. Thank you. I'm from Gardens of Hope. I want to talk about the number of family judges. Again, many grassroots judges said that they have such a heavy workload. Maybe each of them have 20 cases. So we think that there should be a maximum of the cases to ensure the quality of the cases. Then on training. Besides training, I think we care a lot about how effective the training is. So the Judicial Yuan needs to have a way to evaluate the outcomes of the training, for example, how victims feel before when the victims meet the judges in the courts. And the coverage rate of the training is as high as 40%. So we think that gender mainstreaming should be included in the education for the judges.
Yes.
Like to respond to questions regarding the implementation acts and application of CEDAW in the judiciary and training of judges related to Article 15 in conjunction with Article 3. So while all the implementation acts require the government to review and revise the laws not in compliance with the specific treaties and to conduct different kinds of impact assessments, there seems to be no effective mechanisms to prevent the government from adopting new laws that violate international human rights standards. The most recent example includes the Criminal Procedure Act and Mental Health Act. Accordingly, we suggest that the Parliament establish a standing committee on human rights composed of legislators to ensure no new laws would go against UN human rights treaties that have domestic legal status. And regarding the implementation acts, actually among the 4 implementation acts to enforce the 5 domesticated UN core treaties, the CRPD Implementation Act is the most progressive one, which prescribes that the CRPD takes precedence over domestic laws where incompatibility happens. In addition, it also requires the government to provide the alleged victims with legal aid to seek remedy and compensation. This design is crucially important, especially when it comes to individual cases handling. We suggest that first, to amend the CEDAW Implementation Act to follow the example of the CRPD Implementation Act to allow the administrative agencies and the judiciary to directly resort to CEDAW regulations where necessary. Secondly, the training of the judiciary on human rights treaties not only should be compulsory for on-the-job training, but also should start as early as law school and pre-job training programs for prosecutors and judges to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruth, do you have this submission? Or? Yeah. Can you provide written thing of your statement? Thank you. Yeah. Anybody else? Yes. Awakening Foundation.
Awakening Foundation on immigrants or migrant workers. The interpretation for female migrant workers is very difficult because there were very few interpreters who spoke Southeast Asian languages. So if there are divorce cases or domestic workers who are sexually abused, the interpreters who were located, well, in fact, the judge couldn't find appropriate interpreters. Sometimes the judges will ask the police officers who deal with cases involving foreigners. Then this case is better, but sometimes the courts ask the brokers or the migrant brokers to come and serve as interpreters. Brokers usually stand on the side of the employer. We are very concerned about that. If judges rely on interpreters who are the brokers, we are not sure if migrant workers' rights can be guaranteed. We talked to the Judicial Yuan, and they said that they try to develop new interpreters who speak languages in Southeast Asian nations, but it has been very slow. Some brokers even become the interpreters in the database for Judicial Yuan.
Because not legally allowed in Taiwan.
因为法院的那个所谓的通译人
Because the interpreter database has some very vague criteria. For example, it says that a local expert and so on. So they don't say that brokers can or cannot be. So as long as this person is selected and be included in the database, then they can serve as official interpreters at court.
Anybody else? Okay, so now we are finished with Article 15, and then let's go to Article 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's start from this side. You first, and then you, and then come to this side.
I'm from the Association for the Development of Effective Education. As a member of this association, I want to stress that effective or emotion education is very important. It's important to sex education and to the maintenance of marriage. Currently, we want to suggest the government to provide such education before and after marriage to express their emotions, to maintain positive relations, and instead of making divorce easy. We suggest that the governments need to put in more assistive policies to maintain marriage instead of dealing with the mess after the divorce. Here's our suggestions. First of all, before people get married, people need to go to sex education training and marriage training and to get the certificate. Second, issue special vouchers so that the married couple can use the vouchers to pay for or cover for marriage counseling or effective education. Third, if the divorce is being considered, then there should be a waiting period or consideration period. If they still decide to divorce, there should be a proof to show that they have talked to their children and they've upheld the best interest of child principle, and then the courts can take the case.
Taiwan non-binary about the gender diversity part. The National Identification Card Registration System now
Can you
requires
go slowly? Yep.
now requires people to register as male or female with no room for example, intersex people or any non-binary people, and no room for the third gender mark. As I mentioned yesterday, there has been a discussion about including a third gender mark in the legal system, but no any further discussion and no following up measures. So some non-binary people, they are afraid of lack of support. For example, some other countries, they have this kind of problems. Their registered card doesn't even work anymore because they cannot find whether they're male or female, so that will be a problem. And then now, like, some of the certificates, for example, a lawyer certificate or a medical professional certificate, they mark your gender on your certificate. And even after you change your gender, they still mark this gender update. So that will be a problem for the government to improve, as well as the very strict requirements of the legal sex change.
Thank you. Now let's come to this side. Let's start from the back. Let's see who raised the hand. Okay, we'll start with you, and then go this way.
我是
Garden of Hope Foundation speaking in response to the question on illegitimate children. I think it's still rather discriminatory and derogatory, so it should be abolished. Also, as for the cohabiting partners, domestic violence, should that be addressed by the Domestic Violence Prevention Act? We think the definition in Article 3 of that act should be expanded. The same goes for the adoption issue for same-sex marriages. They now still face a lot of difficulties. They have to get divorced first before they can adopt a child. So that's a disparity that must be addressed by amending the law and abortion of minors' rights to abortion.
Of that law, of the domestic, or could anybody supply an English translation of the domestic protection law? Thank you.
Domestic violence.
Domestic violence protection.
Maybe they can explain a little bit what is it that they know. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think you are done. Yeah. Okay, the second, yes.
Mother Women Foundation, the Judicial Yuan's response on the temporary custody and protection order issuance. Yes, some judges will discuss with social workers at the Domestic Violence Service Center to see if there's a need to provide temporary custody. But this is done on an ad hoc basis, a case-by-case basis. In addition, in practice, protection for adults, usually it is very rare to use temporary custody. The judge would suggest that maybe you can wait until the divorce proceeding takes place before you talk about the child custody. Or the judge will tell them that it is preferable that you can negotiate and coordinate so that at least the other party can still visit the child. In addition, for children and youth protection, then the court will also make a decision to decide if such visits should be allowed. But again, we need to see there's still a lot of struggles involving the good faith parent principle in practice. Awakening Foundation speaking. On the claim to pension in divorce cases, I think the minister's response is there is interagency discussion on reforming the labor pension scheme. He said that it's possible that we could amend the regulations governing state-run enterprises. And I think what he meant to say is it's too difficult to amend the law, so we should start with administrative regulations. So we can start with just one small section in the public sector. So there are 9 types of occupational annuities or pensions for the civil servants and the teachers, military personnel. The pension scheme reform has been completed. If we want to change the labor pension scheme, farmers pension scheme, that's going to be too difficult and too controversial. So the government is not going to touch on that. So the government instead will start with the pension scheme for people working at state-run enterprises. So we are worried because we believe if you can simply amend Article 1030-1 of the Civil Code and you include the provision that the other party has the right to claim the other's pension, well, that's all you need to do. You don't need to change the pension scheme law, the pension schemes for 9 different occupations. So I assume the government doesn't want to change the pension schemes for laborers, farmers. That is why they respond in that way. The Same-Sex Marriages Families Rights Promotion Association on illegitimate children. I think we heard from the MOJ. They say basically it's just a term. It means no discrimination. But I think for same-sex marriage, same-sex marriages or for LGBT families, all children must be adopted first by one party before the same-sex couple can have children adopted. And basically, the child, after being born, after 4 months after being born, will establish the paternal relationship with the 2 fathers or 2 mothers. 4 to 8 months after the child's birth, the paternalship or maternalship will be established in same-sex couples. So even for non-blood children adoption, same-sex couples also face a lot of difficulties. So this can be a very big issue. TAPCPR speaking. I have an issue to raise about cohabiting relationship. In fact, in the second review, it's already recommended that the state should collect relevant data, but now we still don't see such statistics. Right now, there's one college professor who has conducted studies, and according to his estimation, the number of cohabitants between 2004 and 2014 has been rising very rapidly. In fact, according to his estimation, about 4% of the 24 to 34-year-olds, 34% of 24 to 34-year-olds are cohabiting, but they have no legal protection for their rights or prevention of domestic violence or alimony claims or property distribution. We made a proposal to change the law, but no government agency is willing to take a look. Under the pandemic, the cohabiting couples also face increased difficulties because their relationship is not acknowledged by the law. Especially with border control, they would not be able to meet and meet each other. In addition, on intersex communities, the government says that they have sent letters to hospitals saying that intersex children under the age of 12 should not perform sex assignment surgery. However, there's no follow-up inspection to see if hospitals are following these recommendations.
More? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we'll go from you.
委员您好，
Good afternoon. The ROC Alliance for HIV Prevention on transborder same-sex marriage. We hope the existing law can remain in place because this is in the best interest of same-sex marriage and same-sex couples. Because I believe when the other country does not approve same-sex marriage, allowing transborder same-sex marriage would be a violation of the human rights of Taiwanese nationals. And on the gender change law, I think the government is doing this behind closed doors. I think public hearings should be organized so that people can have a better understanding what the impact will have on women. I would like to respond to Professor Ruth's question. The Judicial Yuan says that the Domestic Violence Prevention Act says that in the event domestic violence, the perpetrator will be presumed to be inadequate or unsuitable to be the guardian. However, in practice, it's the other way around, because to assume one person to be unsuitable to be a guardian, a lot of evidence has to be produced first. So what you describe is actually exactly what the situation is like in Taiwan. For example, it's difficult to say no to a request to meet the child. In fact, for the abused mother to say no to such a request, they would be warned that now you're not acting in good faith. And also in the proceedings, a lot of pressure will be put on them to accept mediation, because if they say no to mediation offer, again, they will be considered as a parent in bad faith. So they dare not say no to the invitation to accept mediation. But in fact, the abused mother is not unwilling to give the perpetrator another chance, but they have seen the perpetrator being abusive in the family life. Children are often filled with fear because they have seen their father being abusive to their mothers. So it's very difficult for the abused mother to say no, to allow the perpetrator meet the child. I believe if we want to respect the best interest of the child, we should hear out the child rather than believing that, well, we should allow the child to meet the abusive father because it's in the best interest of the child. Moreover, I want to emphasize that, yes, it's good to have goodwill parental principle, but we have to take into the consideration in different cases.
婚姻刚刚友会其实有提到非常好的建议哈。
I think some really good suggestions were raised. For example, visitation rights after the divorce. Maybe the divorce is complete or not yet, but as long as there is domestic violence, then there should be government intervention, because it is possible that when the party put on a show, win the visitation right, and after the courts give the verdicts, the other party, in fact, try to block the father or mother from visiting. So I also want to point out that for women, it's hard to access resources, legal service. Maybe they're threatened. Maybe the other party's parents are not friendly. They put on with the bad treatments because they are more disadvantaged, or they compromise because of their economic need. So in these kind of cases, children are the ones who are harmed the most. So children need to have the right to be heard. There are parents, there are people who wrong them. I think the government need to provide better counseling for the adults around.
Okay, so you are the last speaker here.
I think maybe most of you do not know that before, I think 4 years ago, there was a national referendum on this issue, and the result was no. However, the government continued to set up the law through the constitutional court decision. Yeah, so I think there's no consensus of this issue in Taiwan. That is why when we continue to expand the rights of the same-sex marriage, I think the majority of the population may not support it. Yeah, I think I would like to point out that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes?
Just one question, because there was conflicting answers about the Domestic Violence Protection Act.
Prevention Act, yes.
Too tired, it's been a long day. I think it was you who said that it does not cover cohabiting couples. I'm not talking about same sex, I'm talking about opposite sex cohabiting couples. I understood, and from the written replies, I also understood that this particular act does cover cohabitation.
There's an amendment to that act that covers
that covers cohabitation, but this representative said it does not. Oh, good. Okay. Okay, we got the translation of the act, so I can just look at it myself. Thank you.
Okay.
It's okay. Thank you.
So you want to address this issue? Okay, very briefly.
So like the cohabitation couples, they are protected under the domestic violence prevention law, but the protection are a little bit different from spouse and this like ex-spouse. And under the Article 3, there's an issue that there are a difference between heterosexual couples, married couples, and homosexual married couples, because the homosexual couples, they are under another law, not civil code, another law. So in this law, the family members of two spouses, they don't become relatives. So because of that, the current domestic violence prevention law doesn't protect the violence between these family members and the spouse.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We have about 9 minutes, and if any members of IRC want to raise any question regarding any other articles, yeah, or any of you would like to raise. But before I give you the floor, just one question from me. We heard that there were 56 complaints filed to the National Human Rights Commission, out of which only 3 cases were concerning women. And I would like to know why there is no trust from people on the National Human Rights Commission, and how better it can be improved institutionally, although there was a strong emphasis that it's independent, and but you know, we have all the doubts. Okay, so from the Covenant Watch.
Yes, thank you, Covenant Watch. Actually, the NHRC does not have a separate complaint receiving system apart from that of the Control Yuan. So people actually have to file their complaint to the Control Yuan, and the triage happens afterwards. And actually, the human rights members can take their role as ombudsman and start the investigation. So that is how it happens.
Okay.
And
I think the NHRC are. I think it's fair to say that the NHRC is like invisible to most victims because they don't function as an NHRC. So I think that's the issue.
Yeah. We'll have a session with the National Human Rights Commission and dinner on Friday, but it is after the drafting and press conference that will be presented to us, by us. So it's afterwards discussion. But certainly we have many doubts about it. Yes. So okay. So I'll give first to this lady.
This is Awakening Foundation. Regarding your question, when it comes to the complaint system related to gender or sex, there are several different mechanisms. The Act for Gender Equality in Workplace, there is a complaint system. And for the Gender Equality Education Act, there is one mechanism. Before NGRC was created, the Department of Gender Equality in the Executive Yuan can take school complaints. So schools and workplace complaints sometimes are addressed by the local government. If some cases go to Control Yuan, it means that these cases have been filed to local authorities, to the administrative branches, and it doesn't work. So the applicant decided to submit the complaint up to the Control Yuan. Professor Huang Song Li from Covenant Watch explained that in the Control Yuan, well, the NGRC takes some complaints, but in fact, that number reflects the complaints received by Control Yuan. There's no special desegregation of the complaints. Also, when Control Yuan taking the cases, it's usually because people want to sue the government. But I was talking about complaints in the workplace. People want to sue the school or the companies for infringing upon their rights. It's different.
Yeah, thank you. So actually, yes, the Control Yuan only can cover the public sector. And I have a comment on the anti-discrimination law. I am aware that the anti-discrimination law is being considered by the Executive Yuan and the National Human Rights Action Plan. However, it may take some years before this comprehensive anti-discrimination law is in place. So during this time, actually many laws that deal with discrimination are being amended at the Legislative Yuan. So we recommend that laws on sex or gender-based discrimination be revised so that the definition of discrimination include direct and indirect discrimination, denial of reasonable accommodation, and harassment. In addition, there should be a better description of temporary special measures in the CEDAW to avoid confusion by the government and employers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, we would like to have a written submission that would help, yeah, so that we cannot, we do not forget. Okay. All right, I think it's almost 6. So I thank again to all of you for your very valuable contributions and this very much enriched exchange of opinions and views. And thank you for answering many of our questions and then offering alternative information regarding government replies to our questions. Thank you very much, and we look forward to. But again, I have to tell you frankly that we cannot take all of your concerns into the very limited length of our concluding observations and recommendations. And we still see there are some conflicting opinions among different organizations. So we have to take that into account and then come up with some acceptable languages. But we all of us are hoping that Taiwanese society will move forward towards protection and promotion of human rights, especially in this case for women. And thank you very much for your contribution. 谢谢。
谢谢，谢谢。
Thank you.
Got to thank the interpreters for your hard work. Yeah.
Thank 好，我们再次感谢大家今天的参与。那我们
Thank you all for your participation. A round of applause for the RSC members too. Thank you. Thank you all. While you leave, please remember to bring all of your belongings.
Since everything is transcribed on screen, I don't need to raise the issue of sign language, right? For the hearing impaired person. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is from the government side, yeah?